Hello, welcome to CGTN. This is our special coverage on China's annual political season. Live from Beijing, I'm Han Deng. On Friday, the 14th National People's Congress, the legislative body, is about to hold its second plenary meeting of this year's session. Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji will deliver a work report of the legislature. We'll also present the live footage of the two corridors in the Great Hall of the People, where the NPC deputies and ministers and heads of government departments meet the press. Chinese President Xi Jinping has called on the armed forces to enhance strategic capabilities in emerging fields. Xi Jinping made the remarks while attending a plenary meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force at the second session of the 14th National People's Congress, China's top legislature. Deputies from various military sectors discussed advancements in maritime situational awareness, cyber defense capabilities, artificial intelligence, and space resource management. President Xi Jinping called for enabling new quality productive forces and new quality combat capabilities to effectively integrate with and boost each other. He emphasized the need to optimize space strategies, enhance cybersecurity measures, and take full advantage of developments in intelligent technology. Xi Jinping also advocated fostering innovation as a key element in the growth of these emerging fields. He called for an increased focus on self-reliance and indigenous innovation. He highlighted the importance of creating a supportive ecosystem for innovation within these new fields. The president also urged efforts to accelerate the supply of new combat forces as a driving force to deepen reforms in the national defense, science and technology industry system. And we'll go live to the Deputies Corridor media event very soon, where journalists can speak directly to some of the NPC deputies. First, let's go live to our reporter Zhao Yunfei, standing by at Great Hall of the People. Yunfei, you've been following this very closely. Bring us up to date.
Well, Penda, we're here in the first floor of the Great Hall of the People, and behind me you can see this is the Deputy Corridor that will convene soon, as you mentioned. But before that, today's biggest session is the second plenary meeting of this year's annual NPC, where the delegates are soon about to arrive. The delegations will gather to review three work reports: the work report of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, the work report of the Supreme People's Court, and work report of Supreme People's Procuratorate. And also for their agenda of this afternoon, the delegations will separately deliberate the work report of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress. But for today's coverage, after the plenary meeting, we'll also be expected to see the Ministers' Corridor. Speaking of the Ministers' Corridor, you've probably been familiar with that, because at the first plenary session, at the end of this, we heard the four ministers talk to the press. And also in the previous few days, we had the media, the NPC hosted the press conferences that covered the economy as well as China's foreign policy. So there are a lot of opportunities for the ministers to speak to the press, and that shows the transparency of the National People's Congress. Also, if we see the the percentage of the deputies, and it shows a wide range of diversity. I'm referring to the Deputies Corridor, because 21% of the deputies, of about 3,000 deputies, they're technical personnel. And later on in the Deputies Corridor, we're expected to hear some of the technical personnel speaking to the press. Also, if you look at the percentage, 27% of them are female deputies. Today is the International Women's Day, so perhaps there will be a certain degree of celebration to honor the contribution by the female deputies. Now back to you, Pandong.
Thank you very much, our reporter Zhao Yunfei there. Now let's cross live to our reporter Dong Xue, also standing by at Great Hall of the People. Hello, Dong Xue. You've been following this very closely. We know the second plenary meeting of this year's NPC session is also to take place a Friday morning. Tell us more about the agenda.
Sure. Good morning to you too, Panda. As we enter the fourth day of this year's two sessions, the second plenary session of the 14th National People's Congress is about to begin, as you mentioned earlier. Well, I am now standing by inside the Great Hall of the People. And Zhao Leji, the chairman of the 14th National People's Congress Standing Committee, is set to deliver a work report to all NPC deputies in about an hour or so. Well, this will followed by another minister's corridor where my colleague Zhao Yunfei is already standing by over there. Well, this corridor is literally a media stakeout for Chinese ministerial level officials. Well, so far we've seen the Minister of Technology, Agriculture and Water Resources who have already took questions on the first day of the session, which mainly focused on the people's livelihoods. Well, this afternoon, all the NPC delegates will be deliberate on the work reports of the Supreme People's Court and Supreme People's Proctorate. Well, this year's two sessions holds a special significance, I have to say, as 2024 marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China, as well as a pivotal year for achieving the goals and tasks outlined in the 14th five-year plan, covering from the years 2021 to 2025. While challenges remain in further promoting China's economic recovery as one of the pivotal topics during this year's two sessions, the overall trend of long-term progress remains unchanged. Well, the two sessions are expected to build a consensus and deepen confidence in this area. Well, that said, Chinese legislators and political advisors do play a crucial role in contributing to the country's development by putting forward all these proposals and suggestions that are taken into careful consideration by relevant authorities. Pandong.
Thank you very much, our reporter Dong Xue at Great Hall of the People. Now, for more insight into this, we're joined in the studio by Associate Professor Xia Lu and Professor Hu Zhengxin. Thank you very much for joining us, gentlemen. As our reporter just mentioned, this year marks the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic and also the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the National People's Congress. We know it's the highest power organ in China's political system, and it's the most fundamental political institution of China. Now we have this term, whole process, people's democracy. How does the operation and daily work of the NPC at all levels reflect the idea, Professor?
Well, yes, as you just mentioned, the whole process, people's democracy, is the term to describe China's political system, not only to describe, but also to show the function, the real mechanism of this political system. So I think, in my opinion, there are two keywords. The first one is whole process. The second one is people. People-oriented, people-centered. So whole process, as you mentioned, actually it means that this political, function or political process covers all level of Chinese, let's say, from the center, national level to the county level, and also covers all sectors of a political decision. For example, from election to supervision to decision making, and even self-management. And then the second point is people-centered, people-oriented. So actually, Chinese political system has to put people in the center because it has highlighted the principle of socialism, people's democracy. So I think the political system here in People's Republic of China just represent the essence of this whole process, people's democracy.
What's your take, Professor Hu?
As you know, the Chinese constitutional law provides that all powers in the People's Republic of China belong to people. China has more than 1.4 billion people. So I think that it needs a kind of legal mechanism for these 1.4 billion people to realize this kind of rights. So in China, the people administrate the country through the system of People's Congress system. So I think that the People's Congress system will ensure that whole process, people's democratic system can be practiced, can work well. The People's Congress has the authority of legislature, decision making, it also exercises supervisory authorities. So I think that the People's Congress system actually reflects how Chinese people administrate the country and how Chinese people exercise this kind of democracy.
So we've talked about this whole process, people's democracy. Let's be a little bit specific and use an example. As our reporter also mentioned, Friday, March the 8th marks the International Women's Day. So, Professor, I know you've been following this very closely in recent years in your career path. So tell us, how has China using this political institution to protect women's rights?
I'm a professor teaching law at universities. Yesterday afternoon, I give lectures to the international students, and several international students coming from Europe asked me about the gender equality in China, and they wonder whether China has sexual discrimination in China. And so I'm quite proud in this aspect because Chinese law has done a lot to protect women's rights. In the very beginning, I should say that the constitutional law, the highest law of China, enshrined the principle of equality between men and women. And China has a lot of more specific laws. For example, the law to safeguard interests of women. And in many aspects, I should say that the Chinese women's right has been equally protected by Chinese law, which is, is a constitutional principle. And so I just make some list to these international students. For example, you have female students coming from some of them comes from France, and some from Spain, and I say that after marriage, you European women usually have to use the husband, the family of husband family. But in China, usually the women will have their family name even after marriage. And most Chinese women now have their independent career. So I should say that I'm quite proud that the status of the Chinese women has been improved step by step since the founding of the PRC.
Now, talking about the events coming right up, Deputies Corridor, this is a chance that NPC deputies to face the press and to face the people all around the country directly. What's the exact point of events like this, Professor Xia?
Well, the Deputies Corridor actually, it has to be done like this kind of thing because it's already, let's say, a whole process, media-covered era or episode of this time. So people need to know what happened in this kind of decision-making body. So the Deputies Corridor just present or revealed a very important opportunity for the ordinary people to know what's in the mind of the deputy, whether they really represent the people's interest or their demand. Actually, the Deputies Corridor also, let's say, give the deputy a very opportunity to show what they are really thinking, what they have proposed in this kind of session. And actually, they are representing the people. They are representing what they are, let's say, function as they should be. So, in my opinion, in the Deputies Corridor, maybe we'll be seeing in the future, I would like to focus on some kind of point. First, they can really touch the real issue of China's current development. For example, let's say the speed of the economy and also some kind of inequality in terms of the social governance, and also the further, let's say, improvement of infrastructure, particularly in rural area, this kind of thing. So I would like to say the Deputies Corridor present a very good example of people's democracy, whole process people's democracy. Yeah.
Also, Professor Hu, we know many of these NPC deputies are actually from grassroots level, and they certainly will address concerns and conveyed voices from the very forefront of their professions. Bearing this context in mind, what are you expecting from the upcoming Deputies Corridor event?
I expect that, as you know, that they're coming from, some of them come from the grassroots level, and they know China, I think, much better than the people just sitting in the office. So I'm expecting that we can hear their voices coming from grassroots. So you can see that the composition of the deputies to the National People's Congress is very representative. Some of them are the officials, some of them are technical professionals, some of them come from the grassroots level. So these kind of composition make the National People's Congress representatives. They represent the 1.4 billion people, and this will ensure that the Chinese all process people's democracy work well.
Well, very quickly, Professor Xia, this is not the only chance for the NPC deputies to meet the people, to meet the press, right? It's also about their daily duty. Tell us a little bit more, very quickly.
Well, actually, these deputies, basically speaking, these deputies are from different all walks of life. So in their particular or in their daily kind of job, they could also contact with their local, constituency. So in my opinion, this is not only a deputy corridor for them to make law suggesting, but also to make the people's voice, be heard by, the decision makers and other kind of elites in China. Yeah.
Now, talking about this, we noticed that in recent years, the National People's Congress has been establishing liaison officers or liaison points at different levels. The latest figure I gathered from NPC's official website is that so far 6,500 liaison points or offices have been established at various levels all around the country. That also shows kind of an effort for the National People's Congress deputies to get closer with the people. So let's cross live to the Great Hall of the People where the Deputies Corridor event is about to start. You're now watching live footage from the Great Hall of the People.
The second Deputies Corridor of the second session of the 14th National Committee of the NPC now begins. We have invited deputies from 6 localities of China to take your questions. May I bring on the first batch of deputies?
They
are Vice President of Shanghai Jiaotong University, Academician of China Academy of Engineering, Mr. Fan Xianqun, Vice President of Nankai University and Academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Deputy Chen Qun. Now the floor is open. First question, please. Thank you. I'm with CMG. My question is to Fan Xianqun. We know that you are a doctor for the optical department, and everybody is concerned about eye health, and there are some advanced technology. Can you share with us some of your observations and some of your personal stories? Thank you for your question. I'm from the hospital affiliated to Shanghai Jiaotong University, and people see that eyes are the windows of our heart, and 90% of the information that we receive is from our eyes. So we, as the doctors for eyes, we are aimed at recovering sight, and there is also a cancer that can result in blindness. Me and my team, we are focused on research in this field. For example, we have seen one very common type of cancer, and 35% of the units occur on children, and when that disease is identified, it's already very late, and you need to remove the eyeballs. So that is why we have adopted a interventive approach, which is by inserting a artery and vein into the eyeball. With that, we only need 1/10 of the chemotherapy, but the efficacy is 10 times larger. It has the minimum side effects, and thus it can ensure health, life, and your vision. As a doctor, I feel that I shoulder great responsibilities, and when patients came to us, they have entrusted upon our shoulders their life, and there's nothing more important than taking care of people's life. And when I'm on my surgery, I try to make sure that each and every move is accurate and precise. I wouldn't leave the operation table unless it is up to the utmost standard. I remember that there was a patient from a car accident, and he's 20 years old, and his eyeballs were sunken deep into his skull. Using our advanced technology, we have reconstructed the face structure of the person so that his eyesight is recovered and he can go back to his work and life. We shoulder all responsibilities as new generations of doctors, and the new generation is very capable with more and better knowledge. The younger generation is very competitive, but how far a doctor can go and how talented Dr. Kanbi is very much related to his team. So that is why we pay great attention to the building of teams so that more people can behave better than us. What is satisfactory is that my team, over the years, has produced 7 national-level talents, and they have already become very reliable and satisfactory doctors among the people. I'm also a teacher. I'm serving as the president of the hospital affiliated to a university. I know deeply the significance of training people's morality and talents. My university in recent years has made great achievements in this regard, and we have cultivated over 200 national-level talents. Some of them have become academicians. A great number of famous teachers and doctors have made significant contribution to social and economic progress. As a NPC deputy, I will transition from curing diseases to nurturing health, and will continue to pay attention to the health of eyes of our juveniles. I advocate that we take additional measures to prevent nearsightedness and put in place a holistic therapy against nearsightedness and reduce the occurrence of nearsightedness so that each and every juvenile can have a bright future. Thank you very much.
Next question.
请这位浅色上装的女士提问，谢谢。
好的，谢谢主持人。人
Thank
民日
you.
报、人
From
民网记
People's
者提问
Daily.。
陈军代表您好，我的问题
Deputy
是
Chen Jun,
小到
my
手机，
question
大
is
到我们现在所熟
from the
知的新能源汽
smartphones
车，
to the
我
new
们都知
energy
道电池直
vehicles,
接是影
battery
响着消费
is
者的
very
使用体验。
influential,
我也知道您
especially
从事电
over
池
the
领域的工作
consumer's
有30多
experience.
年了，
And I
那
know
您
you
能
have
否
3
给我
decades
们分享
of
一下电
experience
池
in
创
the
新的
research
进
of
展情况
batteries.
如何呢？
So what
谢
is the
谢。
progress in terms of battery innovation?
谢谢您，非常好的问题。大家好。
Thank you for the good questions. Hello everyone, my name is Chen Jun from Tianjin, and I am a professor from Nankai University as well. I've done 30 years of research in the field of batteries, and batteries are necessary in our daily lives by bringing us better lives. In China, NEVs are developing faster, and we are seeing a rising number of NEVs running on the roads. And so the batteries I am studying on serve like the hearts of the NEVs. As you know, the NEVs now are not running to the best of their abilities, and they cannot be charged very fast. And there may be problems in the cold weather. Those problems are all relevant to batteries. So, the study of safer and more functional batteries will be significant for energy storage. And me and my team for 30 years have been trying to make breakthroughs in batteries. As you know, the charging and discharging have some formula behind. Could we do something to control the charging and discharging of the NEVs? We have been trying to do our examinations. We hope to heat up the NEVs by doing more innovation in the batteries. And my team has established a new system of batteries with new working formula and the adoption of new materials in the batteries so that the energy density could be improved and the millage of the NEVs will be improved. Meanwhile, we have developed the new electrolytes that can work in cold weather. And we have also developed the low-cost, cost-effective sodium battery and zinc battery to support the future energy storage demand. Right now, the solid-state battery is the focal point of research worldwide. Once commercialized, it could reshape our industrial situation and develop some new markets. And my team is in charge of the national-level research projects. Together, with some fine organs in Beijing, we have developed the 400 kilowatt per hour solid-state battery compared to the 300 kilowatt per hour. That's about 30% more of energy density. In the future, we are going to exceed the level of 600 watt per hour. So with one time of charging, the NEV can run for over 1,000 kilometers, and also it can realize faster charging and discharging safely. That will be a world-leading technology. We hope to make our presence in the future NEV market. Meanwhile, my team, on top of original innovation, we are trying to spur industrial innovation so that between academia and industries, we could be the bridge and make more breakthroughs in the application scenarios so as to truly commercialize the research projects. To that end, Nankai University took the lead in establishing a consortium of innovation and also a key lab in Tianjin. We hope to cultivate more talents and open more sources for the innovation results and finally put them on the markets. We are deeply aware that technological innovation is the starting point of industrial innovation. And in turn, industrial innovation is the carrier of technological innovation. They are mutually reinforcing each other and dependent upon each other, so they should walk hand in hand. In the future, my team will bear in mind President Xi Jinping's instructions, especially upon the high-quality, independent technology development. We will try to work on the talent chain, supply chain, industrial chain of the batteries to establish some new quality productive forces to pursue high-quality growth. And we will also work for higher performing and safer batteries so that our NEVs can run longer, faster, and be charged faster with a lot more new comprehensive performances. Thank you.
谢谢两位代表，谢谢。现在请第二组代表。
Now let's bring on the second batch of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
福建省残联兼职副理事长王永成代表
Deputy Counsel General of the Fujian Federation of the Disabled, Mr. Wang Yongcheng,
党委书记黄丽代表
and Party Secretary Huang Li
谢谢。
from Wuhan
现在请开始
Guide
提问。
Infrared Navigation. Now the floor is
离
open.
远端第一排深色西服的男士，谢谢。
First question, please.
谢谢主持人。新华社新华每
Thank
日
you.
电
I'm
讯
with
记者提问。
Xinhua News
我想提
Agency.
问王永成代表。
My question is
王代表
to
您好，
Wang
您
Yongcheng.
是14届全国人大唯一一位盲人代表。
You are the
那么
only
在履职中，您
deputy
有哪
to
些难
the
忘的履职故事
14th
可以和大家分享
NPC,
的
who
吗？
is also
谢谢
a person of visual impairment. Do you have any personal stories to share?
大家好，
Thank you for your question, and good morning.
我叫王永成，来自
My name is
福建
Wang
省残
Yongcheng.
联。
I come from the Fujian Provincial Federation of Persons of Disability.
当选为全
As
国
a
人大
person
代
with
表，
visual impairment,
有幸走
it
进
is
人
of
民
great
大会堂，
privilege and honor for me to serve as the NPC deputy
让
and
我
walk
十
into
分
the great
激动。
hall of the people.
我想，我一定要把盲人兄弟姐妹们的声音
What is on my mind
带
is
到
that
大会上，
I must bring the voice of
看不见，
PWDs to
那
the
就让
NPC.
更多的人来看见
Persons
我
with
们
visual impairment cannot see the
过
world, but
去的一年，
we believe that we need to be seen
我经
by
历
the
了
world. Over the
几
past
个
year,
特殊的时刻，
I have gone through several special moments.
走进人民大
For
会堂，
instance,
投
I have
下
walked into the great hall of the
庄严
people
神圣的一
and
票
I。cast my
比如
very
去年
sacred vote.
11月
And
13
last
日，
November,
有关部
on the
门
13th,
专门派人到福州，
the authority
把盲文
sent
版的
representatives
代表
to
建议答复
Fuzhou
交给我，
and delivered to me a response regarding scaling up brailles in China.
新修订的无障碍环境法开始施行。
We also know that the newly amended law for accessibility has been promoted. And the motion that I submitted for the protection of the rights of PWDs have been adopted. And these have made me feel very excited. There is another story.
今年的全国人大会上，专门准备了
At the meeting of the National People's Congress, we have meeting documents that is prepared with Braille, which is very accessible to people like me, and this is a very considerate arrangement which has enabled me to discharge my duties, which has also made me feel that there is care from the society for persons with disabilities, so that PWDs can more equally participate in social life and enjoy the benefit of social progress. Although I have lost my visual ability, but I'm determined to make the most of my hand and work together with my brothers and sisters to chase our dreams. Looking back at my journey of growth, what comes into my mind is the support and care of the CPC. Over the years, I have grown from a massager into a doctor, a chief doctor. I have transitioned from an ordinary worker into a NPC deputy. I'm a person with visual impairment, but from the grassroots, I have made it to the National People's Congress, carrying out my duties according to law, and this, I believe, is tangible democracy. Although I cannot see the colorful spring, but I can feel the warmth of the season. I know that I not only have to bring the voice of PWDs to the meetings of the NPC, I also need to deliver the care and support of the party and the people to the majority of the PWD group. I must also encourage all the PWDs to be confident, to blaze their own trails of persistence and perseverance and excellence. Thank you very much.
谢谢王永成代表，谢谢。
Thank you.
现在请大家继续提问，
Next question.
请这一位浅色上头的女士提问，谢谢。
好的，谢谢主持人。我想提问黄丽代表。
My question goes to Deputy Huang Li.
您所从事的红外科技
As we know,
是
you're
一
in
个
the
特别
business of
炫酷的前
infrared
沿领域。
technology.
那
It's a
么对
cutting
于
edge
红外科技自
field,
立自强，
and
您有
for
哪些切
infrared
身的体
technology
会
to
和
be
感受呢？
independent
谢
and
谢。
self-sufficient, what is your experience? Thank you. Thank you for the question. I am from the Hubei delegation. My name is Huang Li. I could be said as a businessman in the field of technologies. And before my years of starting up my business, I already accumulated some experience in infrared imaging. I solved some bottleneck problems and filled in some loopholes in China. When you asked your question, I was hit by one story. Years ago, in a conference, the one person sitting in front of me was a veteran. He lost his arms. I was thinking back then, was there any technology to help the disabled losing their arms in the battles to live just like normal people? After years of efforts, I took a team of brain-computer interface to develop the chips. And right now, even overseas, there could be only 3,000 channels for BCI. And it's one way, but we could accomplish like 65,000 channels, and it's a two-way system. It's a world-leading technology. Many impossible healthcare scenarios could apply our technology. For example, you could feel something in your prosthesis, and you can also control the prosthesis. Some neural diseases could be treated. For example, depression, epilepsy, and Parkinson's disease. And also, with the BCI, we could remotely control the computers externally. We can control the equipment, like your mouses, and you can type in the words to communicate. And also, the blind people could see something. Memories could be stored. Those realities now used to be only in the fictional movies, but now they are realities with us. We know that the journey of technological innovation is challenging, more than we could imagine. The thing is, core technologies could not only be imported. Instead, we must depend upon ourselves. With our bare hands, we can develop them. More than the BCIs, infrared probe, infrared imaging technologies also come to help make some breakthroughs to be even world-leading. And also, we try to develop the low-altitude industry. For example, the Smart City project. Hundreds of the drones are flying autonomously without human control. AI can analyze data, and the analysis results can be conveyed and shared with government agencies as well as the ground control personage in order to make instant decisions. That technology could solve some problems in the city management, and our urban management could be more efficient and intelligent. In the meantime, there could be a lot more new industries to benefit from the technology, because we inject new vitality to the industries. And that is thanks to technological innovation. 25 years ago in Wuhan, there was a bare land, and we developed the Guide Infrared Limited Corporation. After 25 years of efforts, we developed the whole industrial chain base of infrared technology, and we accomplished many world-level achievements. Now, we are sitting in the dynamic Guanggu, and we are very proud of our achievements. As a high-tech company, in the future, we must keep up the R&D and develop more cutting-edge technologies that could help us to accomplish our dreams. A series of technological breakthroughs could support the development of new quality productive forces with our due contribution. And we can prove to the world that whatever can be realized by others can be done in China. Thank you.
谢谢。谢谢。现在请第三组代表。
Thank you. Now let's bring on the third batch of deputies.
两位代表分别是
They are
吉林梨树凤凰山农机合作社理事长韩凤香代表。
Council Director Han Fengxiang from Jilin Siping Farmers Cooperative, and Deputy Yue Qiaoyun from Beijing Green Agriculture Production and Sales Cooperative. Now the floor is open.
请第一排浅色上装的女士提问。
First question, please.
谢谢主持人。
Thank you. I'm with Agriculture Daily and its associated website. My question is to Han Fengxiang. You're from the black soil of northeastern part of China. What are your experience in leading people out of poverty? Thank you for your question. Good morning. My name is Han Fengxiang. I come from Lishu County of Siping City of Jilin Province. I come from the special and professional farmers cooperative. I'm its council director. We are committed to scaling up new technology and new practices. And Lishu County is located in the hinterland of Songliao Plain. It's a main grain producer of the country. I remember when I was a child, there was a slogan in a village which reads, "The fundamental way out for agriculture lies in mechanical operation." After graduation, I returned to my hometown and established a cooperative for farmers and agriculture machines. When we were just established, we had only 5 members. At the time, we relied heavily on weather, and there is no concept of scientific agriculture, and that is why a great acre of land has been left barren. But this is the black soil of the country, which is very fertile. So that is why I have introduced the forestry solution and approach in my locality. And at the very beginning, people thought this is a lazy practice, but during the harvest season, we saw lines and lines of corn sprouting out from the ground. But I found out that the corns are not of the same height and size. In autumn, when we measure the harvest, this Lishu model was proven a great success because the yield is 3 times that of the traditional approach. And that is why we have secured a land of more than 10,500 mu. And because of that, we have secured our production and yield. And later, we secured 4,500 mu of land, which is practicing the Lishu model, which solved the pains of difficulties in production and in sales. So that has injected more momentum in further scaling up the Lishu model from fertilizer sprayers and other large agriculture machines. We have altogether 73 units of them. We have autonomous tractors, autonomous drones, and also autonomous seeds sowing machines. And those are all applied in my hometown. The cooperative has mobilized 800 farmers from 9 nearby villages to achieve a greater income. And in 2019, we had a grain output of more than 20 million pounds. I was also rated in Jilin as a senior agriculture engineer because I have been mobilizing all the farmers in exploring the Lishu model and also the straw recycling model. Many of the senior farmers, they are reaching out to me for more experience. And right now, my cooperative covers agriculture machine service, plantation, and livestock raising business. And the size of our cooperative has increased by 20-fold, covering more than 158 households. Me and my farmer friends always believe that we need to carry firm the bowl of food, and the bowl should carry Chinese food. In the future, we will work even harder to grow more farmland and to help people get rich and make greater contribution to food security of the country. Thank you.
Next question.
请这位红色上装的女士提问，谢谢。
谢谢主持人。中国妇女报此刻新闻
From
客户
China
端记者
Women's
提问
Daily.
岳巧云代表，您好。现在
Deputy
各式各样的
Yue
新鲜水
Qiaoyun,
果
good
琳
morning.
琅满目。
The fresh
归因果农
fruits are lining on the
您觉得
shelves
如何让水
of
果
the
插
fruit
上科
shops
技的翅膀，
in
种得更
diversity.
好
So
卖
as a
得更
farmer,
好
how do you
注意
think can you
乡村振
sell
兴
the
谢谢
fruits better to help support village revitalization?
感谢您的提问。
Thank you for the
大家
question.
好，我叫
Good
岳巧
morning,
云
everyone. My name
来自
is
北京
Yue
平谷
Qiaoyun
是一
from
名果园里
Pinggu
长
County
大的
of
人大代
Beijing.
表。前些年
I
在
grew
合
up
作社的管理当
in
中，
the
我逐
orchids,
渐意识到
and
合作社的
in
管理理
my
念
experience of
方式
managing the
已经无法
cooperatives,
适
I
应
realized
当下
that
市场
the
的需求。
former cooperative management method
合
is
作
not
社的
adaptive
机制不
to
健
this
全，
era. For
产
example,
供
we
销
don't have
链
a
条不
complete
完整，
mechanism
销售渠
and
道
a
单
complete
一，收
system
入
of
不稳
production,
不
supply,
稳
and sales,
为了破题，
and the
我多
channels
次
of
跑到
marketing
农贸市
are
场、超
unstable.
市
To
对接
that
相
end,
同，
I
但
visited
结果都不
the
理想。
food markets
这时，
for
实
many
力出
times
台了
trying
互
to
联网
market
加
my products,
工
but
厂
in vain.
我抓
And
住
then
这一政策
we
以后，
tap
火
into the
速开展
potential
了
of
互联
Internet
网
Plus,
加大头的电商运营模式，
and we
让
try
传
to
统的
sell
合作社
our
迭代升级。
fruits on the
通
internet
过线上接
by
单，
utilizing the
合作社
e-commerce
组织货
platforms.
源
We took orders
流会
online.
销
The
往全
cooperatives
国各地。
will then
早上
send
仙桃在
the
树上，
fruits
中午在
to
路
every
上，
corner of
晚
China.
上摆到
In
餐
the
桌
morning,
上。
it's
这
in
种快捷的
our
营销
farm,
模式
and
让
in the
我们的
daytime,
品
it's
牌
on the
越来
way,
越
but
亮，
at night,
桃
it
子
could
卖出
be
了
on your
好价格。
table of
与此同时
consumers.
呢，
So
也
our
吸引了
peaches could
很多的
sell,
果农
and
想
even
尝
with
试
at
电
better
商。于
prices.
是我开设了
Many
电商
farmers
补习
try
班，手把
to
手的传
go
授电商
on the
知识，
e-commerce
培
platform
养了
as
一
well.
批
So I
乐
trained
意
them,
懂经营、
trying to
懂电
convey
商的
knowledge
职
about
业农民。
e-commerce and
乡亲们的
cultivating
潜
a
在的
group
土
of
壤。
farmers
合
who
作社
know
也成为了
about
国家级
e-commerce.
示范者，
And my
而我
cooperative
也
is
获
a
得了
national level
全国
example.
农业
I
创
myself
业创新优秀带头人的称号。
was awarded
随之而来，
as the
我又
leader
迎来
in
了新的
agriculture
挑战。
innovation
一
and
次，我
entrepreneurship.
们销售
But
到
more
超市的
challenges
桃子
follow.
被拒收了。
For example,
原
some
因
of
是
our
有
peaches
几
sold
个
to the
果面儿
supermarkets
光滑
were
圆润的
rejected
大桃儿，切开后里
because
面有虫子。
some of the peaches
我知
have
道
some bugs
这
inside
是
after cutting them,
种
even
植
though
的
they look
不规
very
范
smooth
不
and
科
fresh
学。
from the
于是
outside. I
我
know
组建
that's
了
because
大桃儿
of
全产业
irregular
社会化服务，开
production
启了
process.
绿色植
So
保、防
I
控、多
started
瓜
another
蔬果、
practice
套袋
to
儿
have a
等
green
多项
vegetation
标准化的组
protection,
织。
the
经
bag
过不懈的努
protection
力，
of the
标准化
fruits
种植的
to
大桃
standardize
稳稳地
the
站住了
plantation
高
process.
端市场。
And
短
because
短
of
的
that
3年
efforts,
时间，
we took the
这项
high-end
规
market.
范化的服务
In 3 years'
服务果
time,
农
the
3000多，
standardization
果
process
农耕收
benefited 3,000
2500多万
households,
元。
and they have an increased
现在
income
我越来
by
越意识
about
到，乡村振兴的未
25
来
million
在
RMB
科
yen.
技。
Now,
近
I
年来，
realized
我
that
与农林科技院
technology is
合
the
作，
key of
创
the
建了一个
village's
具有
future.
具有
So
科
in
技
the
研
recent
究员的
years,
科技小院儿。
I established a new technology yard by introducing the smart farms, the demonstration parks for the peaches, and some other projects of technological innovation, thus improving the quality of the peaches and opening a new window for the farmers to increase their revenue by utilizing technologies. As an NPC deputy, I know my responsibilities well. I will continue to be rooted in agriculture and in the rural areas. Together with the farmers, we will try to grow better peaches, higher quality peaches, so that with the peach growing, we will contribute to village revitalization. Dear journalists, today is the Women's Day. Together with Deputy Han Fengxiang, we would love to give our best wishes to the girls. Thank you.
谢谢两位代表，谢谢。媒体朋友们，
Thank you to our
今天上午
deputies,
大
dear
会第
friends
二次
from the
会议
media.
结束后，
After
新闻中心将举
the
行第二
second
场
plenary
部
meeting
长
of
通
this
道，
morning, we are going to
邀请
host the second
工业和
ministers
信息化部、
corridor. We are going to
民政
invite
部、
ministers
生态
from
环境部、
the Ministry of
交
Industry
通
and
运输
Information
部、
Technology,
市场
Civil
监管总
Affairs,
局
Ecology,
5个部门的主要负责人
Transportation,
参加。
and Market
欢迎大
Regulation
家关注。
to take your
今天
questions.
上午的
Please
第二
stay
场代表通
tuned.
道到此结束。
Now let's
谢谢
conclude
大
the
家。
second Deputies
再见。
Corridor this morning. time. Thank you.
You're watching CGTN. This is our special coverage on China's annual political season, the 2 sessions. NPC deputies have just taken questions from the media At the Deputies Corridor event, in a few moments, the 14th National People's Congress will hold a second plenary meeting of this year's session. They will listen to the work reports from the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. We'll also go live to the Great Hall of the People in Beijing as soon as those stars. Now, for more insights into remarks from NPC deputies, let's go back to our studio guests. Gentlemen, as we earlier mentioned, Friday, March 8th marks the International Women's Day. How about we start with remarks from two female NPC deputies. They're both from the agricultural sector. And talking about Deputy Tan Fengxiang from Jilin province, she actually has her own cooperative, and it's a role model now. It's a national role model. 158 households are in this cooperative, and last year they produced more than 10 million kilograms of grain output. And more importantly, this cooperative is at the forefront of modernization of China's agriculture. How important is this bit, Professor Xiang?
Well, actually, I appreciate their report, their stories very much, and I think this second session of the Corridor Deputy is much more kind of appreciated than the first one. But the first one is also okay yesterday. So I just hear very in detail about her story, Ms. Han, and also Ms. Yue's story. So I think in their kind of storytelling or story sharing, the key word is modern technology, and even the modern technologies, contribution to the development of China's agriculture. Ms. Han is about the food, the grain, the food production, and the food security. She also mentioned food security, and also she also mentioned that with the contribution of the technology, modern technology, we have expanded, or we have, let's say, expanded our potential of the production in terms of the grain food. So this is very important. And also for Ms. Yue, she also mentioned a new kind of mechanism or new, let's say, institution for all the people to produce more, or to, let's say, produce more about the fruit. That is the cooperative and also the collective. So previously, maybe we focus on individual-based agricultural production, but in the future, this kind of institutional innovation should also be incorporated in the new new quality productive forces, right? So new quality productive forces is not only about technology, about this kind of technology innovation. It's also about institution innovation, and that's the collective agents or collective initiative to incorporate as many farmers as possible, so that their potential could be expanded. So that's my appreciation.
Indeed, I believe the term used by Ms. Yue from Beijing is the build-up of a modern food industrial chain in agriculture. We'll be getting back to you, gentlemen, on this very soon. But now let's cross live to our reporter Zhao Yunfei. He's been following the Deputies Corridor event very closely at the Great Hall of the People. Yunfei, bring us the highlights so far.
Well, Pandong, you can see here at the first floor of the Great Hall of the People behind me, deputies are walking into the plenary session, and the session will begin soon. But just concluded is the corridor for the deputies, and just now 6 deputies spoke to the press, and 3 different rounds, and they cover 3 separate topics. One is about innovation, another is about how to better support the people with disabilities, and the third round talks about modernization of agriculture. In the first round, Deputy Fan Xianqun talks about his effort in how to better help the eye health of the young people, of the younger generation. And Deputy Chen Jun talks about the innovation of the battery industry. He's talked about how his team has innovated the battery that can serve the electric cars, that can serve in the low temperature, as well as boosting its capacity. The second round, the first person talked in the second round is a person with a deputy, the only deputy at this year's NPC with disabilities, and he talked about the people, he represents the people with special needs. And also the following Deputy Huang Li talked about how brain-computer interference chips that his team is developing can help the people who have sight and move disabilities. In the third round, Deputy Han Fengxiang talks about the mechanization and modernization of agriculture, and Deputy Yue Qiaoyun She's a farmer, and she talked about how to use e-commerce and the internet to boost the bill of the farmers' products. So as you can tell, the corridors or the National People's Congress really covered all the aspects of the daily life of the Chinese people, and they focus a lot on the details. Now, after today's plenary session, if we see the broader picture, there will be another 5 ministers talking to the deputies, talking to the press. So we can expect another round of corridor after the plenary session. Now, you may have heard the ringing bell. That's a sign of the soon beginning of the second plenary session. So back to you.
Thank you very much, our reporter Zhao Yingfei at the Great Hall of the People. Now, gentlemen, let's continue our discussion on the Deputies Corridor. We were talking about agricultural modernization in China, and 2 female deputies have spoken out on their achievements and their expectations. What's your take on their remarks, Professor Huo?
I'm quite impressed by their remarks. As you know, that have enough to eat or solve the problems of food is a problem that has been for thousands of years for the Chinese nation. And in recent years, China has successfully realized its job of poverty alleviation. And from the remarks of these 2 ladies, I'm impressed in 2 points. First is that technology plays a very important role. The second is that Chinese women takes a very important role in the poverty alleviation to solve the problem. So this also reflects the gender equality in China and the equal legal protection between men and women. So I'm quite impressive about these 2 ladies' remarks.
Now, gentlemen, you both work in higher education, and coincidentally, we have 2 NPC deputies also from higher education, Vice President of Shanghai Jiao Tong University and Vice President of Nankai University in Tianjin. They may work in different professional fields to yours, but at a big picture on higher education, do you think they have somehow expressed your concerns as well, Professor Xia?
Right, yes. And actually, Vice President Fan and Vice President Chen from these 2 prestigious universities in China, they represent the kind of the frontier of the core technology. Actually, we are now facing. And Vice President Fan is about a doctor. He discovered
eye doctor, right?
Yeah, eye doctor. And also Vice President Chen is about actually he is an electronic or electric engineer, right? Focusing on the development of the further next generation of the battery. So actually, we are doing the same thing in the innovation, not necessarily the innovation of technology, but also the innovation of our knowledge, but also how to incorporate the innovations kind of fruit into our further development in China. So I think the talent cultivation, the teaching for the next generation or the improvement of next generation's knowledge, and also this kind of talent is much more important for China's further development. Right.
What's your take on this, Professor?
These 2 gentlemen, they are the vice president of these 2 Chinese top universities, and they are the scientists, and they are also the educators. And they say that they are expecting that younger generation of Chinese will doing better than the older generation, because as we say just now, innovation, science, and technology are now the driving forces of Chinese economy. So from their remarks, I find that they are very optimistic about the future of China, because they're the educators. They know our younger generations. And if we have better high education, if we cultivate more talents, young talents, I think the Chinese future will be bright.
Now, Professor Xia just mentioned the importance of innovation, not only in physical or material terms, but also in terms of knowledge and even theory. You work in law studies for quite some years, and we know knowledge, especially in the legal field, comes from the very specific conditions of the very country, the very environment you live in, you work in. So tell us more about this legal system in China, or as the official terms implies, legal system with Chinese characteristics.
China is accelerating its steps to build a modern legal system with Chinese characteristics. The Chinese constitutional law said it's very clear that China is socialism, is practice socialism with Chinese characteristics. And the striking feature of the Chinese characteristics, the leaders of the Communist Party of China. So under the leadership of the Communist Party of China, Chinese National People's Congress, the standing committee, enacting more and more to, to protect Chinese economic development, environmental protection, and also China is putting more efforts to legislate in the key emerging and foreign-related areas. So I think that in recent years, especially since the 18th National Congress of CPC, Chinese legislation has improved very, very rapidly. And as a law professor, frankly speaking, I have to revise my textbook every 2 or 3 years because Chinese legislation develop very fast, which is thing that students coming from the United States or Europe cannot imagine because their law books just stay there for many years. But Chinese legal textbook have to be revised every 2 or 3 years.
Right, gentlemen, let's get more updates from China's annual political season. Our reporter Wu Bing spoke to a biologist and a deputy at the 14th National People's Congress. They discussed how his work can lead to new quality productive forces.
Huang Yongping is a professor of environmental biology. His team is now conducting a study on the special worm that eats kitchen waste. The worm consumes kitchen waste and its manure is believed to hasten the growth of plants. Huang believes the study's findings could be widely used in the city's garbage classification campaign. But transforming research findings into real productive forces is always a challenge.
Many large enterprises and manufacturers need the support of basic research and technology, and we as researchers also need to find modes of application. At present, there are some gaps between theory and practice.
As a deputy of the 14th National People's Congress, the country's top legislature, a major responsibility is to make proposals. Huang's proposal this year focuses on this, aiming to bridge the gap between scientific findings and real productivity.
I think we need to build a larger platform to push the transformation of our scientific and technological achievements into reality. For example, Jiangsu Province has an industrial and technology research institute, which serves as a very good example. Now Shanghai has also set up a national innovation center, modeled on the one in Jiangsu.
And Huang's job as an NPC deputy also involves researchers into places like these for a more thorough and complete version of his proposal. Huang believes it's a huge responsibility as his proposals will be reviewed by the country's top legislature and responded to by relevant departments.
Now, when I put forward some proposal, the response I get is much more than in the past. So I feel it's great responsibility. We need to do more research, make more summaries, and put forward really good proposals.
Huang says as a new deputy, he's also expected to engage in more conversations with other fellow deputies. With deputies coming from varied backgrounds, their interactions will ignite more ideas and generate new productive forces for the country. Wu Bin, CGTN, Shanghai.
Well, gentlemen, let's continue discussion on voices from NPC deputies. Professor Hu, earlier you've been talking about the importance of the Constitution in China's overall legal system, and we know China is a socialist country and equality is one of the pillars of socialism, true socialism. So at the just concluded Deputies Corridor, we have the honor to meet the only visually impaired NPC deputy this time, Mr. Wang Yongcheng from Fujian province. He mentioned a lot of measures to help him to better facilitate his needs to perform his duty as a professional doctor and also as people's representative. So what do you make of China's latest legislative efforts in helping the disabled persons?
These disabled people, they have, have more difficulties in their daily life. And so I think that the protection of the interests of the disabled reflects the social development of the country. And in recent years, the Chinese legislation, they are doing, I think, a lot of achievements been made in Chinese law. For example, as a Deputy Wang Qi says that he is proposing to enact the law of accessibility, and in different parts of Chinese law, when the legislator is enacting law, I think one of the most obvious principle of the Chinese legislation is that the protection of weaker party. The weaker party, of course, include the people with disabilities in many aspects, in civil code, in the criminal law, in the in the social law. So I should say that in recent years, I think the protection level of the interests of these disabled has been improved. This also reflects the development of Chinese law and Chinese society.
What's your take on this, Professor Xia? Actually, Deputy Wang Yongcheng has actually mentioned the implementation of Chinese law focusing on providing better accessibility for disabled persons. Now it's actually in effect right now in China.
Right. So actually, I'm not major in law, but I actually have some kind of observation of the development of Chinese law, or the law in a new era. Actually, previously we have focused on law, that forbid people from doing something. But nowadays, or in future, we should focus on the law that protect the people from being hurt, or protect the people who have unfavorable conditions, like the visually impaired people or other kind of disabled people. And also this accessibility protection law, enacted by the NPC, last year actually just to provide a very, very favorable condition or favorable environment for this for those kind of disabled people, so they could really enjoy the benefit of the further development of China, not only about the material development, but also those kind of the software, or we can say the soft environment, so they could enjoy, they could be protected, and they could be provided more opportunity to even take part in politics, like Mr. Wang, right? He is the only one. He might be the only one, deputies or legislators in the world, if I may say, but I haven't done this kind of research. So this is the very, very rare case in this world, and this just represent, the people's democracy, provide, even the disabled people, for them to participate in, not necessarily to make some kind of great law, not necessarily to make some kind of a significant contribution, but also to make their story, be heard by the other people.
Right, and be a part of society, as other people do. And actually, talking about the big picture of this year's political season in China, we've been hearing this term, new quality productive forces, a lot. We know productive forces is a crucial idea in Marxism. So the focus is on new quality. What's your understanding of this, and how will this be reflected in the work of China's top legislature? For example, the story we just heard, the transformation of research results, achievements, academic achievements. How can we transform that into reality and eventually into new quality productive forces?
Right. This is a very important question, and the new quality productive force is a new term, but actually it is not a new thinking, in my opinion. And a couple of days ago, I just delivered a lecture to the local officials who are in charge of the development of technology and other kind of administration. They asked me the same question, whether this is a new term, brand new thinking, brand new, let's say, top designing or something. I said that maybe we should go back to the history, go back to the beginning, the founding, the starting point of the People's Republic of China, and we could also learn, we could also grasp some kind of very important point in this kind of new quality productive forces. And the key word is the innovation. The key word is the innovation-driven development, innovation-driven not only technology, but also innovation-driven management. Here I would like to raise one example, that is Professor Qian Xuesen, or Mr. Qian Xuesen. He came back, he returned to China from the US in 1955, and just 1 year later, he helped the top decision maker to develop China's first long-term science and technology development outline. That's the 1956, from 50 to 67. And he also developed a very good term called engineer cybernetics. And Chairman Mao even learned from the engineer cybernetics. And Mr. Qian Xuesen replied to Chairman Mao that this is not only about technology, not only about the science and technology, but also about management. We may, kind of be in an unfavorable condition in each and every aspect, but we could have a very good situation to cooperate all these kind of factors together to create some innovative thing. So I think in the very beginning of the People's Republic of China, we have already, sowed the seed of the new quality product forces, and that's the innovation. And not to mention nowadays, right? The competition in terms of innovation is very fierce, more and more fierce. So we should not, just lay behind. We should not just sit back. We should, put even more energy into this kind of thing, right?
So, Professor Huo, how can legislative work guarantee innovation, especially technological innovation, and what China has done so far on this regard?
Science and technology innovation needs legal protection. So I think that the Chinese national legislature, they have done a lot of jobs. For example, they have revised the Chinese law to protect intellectual property, and also Chinese law has, recent years has enacted in a number of statutes regulating the data protection and to regulate the international flow of data and to protect, on the one hand, innovation, on the other hand, the private rights and the state interests. And in order to ensure new quality protective forces, I think that China needs to, legislate more law to ensure that new quality protective forces can be the driving force of Chinese economy in the future, because a healthy and stable economic situation depends on efficient legal protection.
And gentlemen, as we're talking about this, we're also watching live footage from central Beijing. And there was Tiananmen Square, and right in the middle of the frame is the Great Hall of the People, where the second plenary meeting of this year's session of the National People's Congress is about to start. And chairman of the Standing Committee of the NPC is about to deliver a work report on the Standing Committee's work, and also the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate is also going to deliver their work reports. And of course, CGTN will bring you live coverage on the work report of the NPC Standing Committee Chairman, Mr. Zhao Leji. So go back to discussions. We noticed that, Professor Huo, last year China has revised its corporate law, and at the Deputies Corridor event, we just met a very successful entrepreneur from Wuhan. He's specialized in infrared technology and brain-machine interface chips. So how can this revised corporate law protect startups, entrepreneurs, and private sector in China?
I think one of the major or most important revision of law is revision of the corporation law in China. And I think that the major purpose of the revision of this law is to provide a equal protection and a better protection for the development of corporations and encourage entrepreneurs for China, because the development of corporations to a large degree will support the Chinese economy. So last year, the revision of this law, they fill some legal loopholes of the previous visions in order to better protect these entrepreneurs, and in order to give a legal protection to the corporations, no matter they are public-owned or private-owned corporations. So for an example of revision of the cooperative law, you can see that the Chinese legislature is now trying to provide a friendly legal environment to both public and private enterprises, so that the market economy in China can be ensured, so that Chinese economy can have sustainable driving forces.
Right, and Professor Zhao, talking about the overall business environment, of course, legal environment is of great importance here, but also it's so much more to that as well. We've been hearing ministers, NPC deputies, at various occasions calling for the build-up of a better business environment for all investors, whether they're from China or from abroad, including cutting red tape and better treatment, providing level playing field. Quickly, what's your take on these efforts?
Well, actually, as you just mentioned, cutting the red tape is much more important in this kind of process in terms of providing friendly and favorable environment for the business because they are the real practitioner. They are the real, let's say, practice people in the forerunner of this economy. So they know more about the situation.
Indeed. Right. And let's see if we can get more on China's legislative efforts in ensuring better business environment and on so many more crucial issues that matter to the country's development. Let's cross live to the Great Hall of the People.
Dear deputies, today is the International Women's Day. In the name of the National People's Congress, let's extend a holiday greeting to the women deputies, the women in China and in the world, and wish them a happy International Women's Day. Dear deputies, today's plenary meeting is supposed to be attended by 2,958 people. Actual attendance is 2,788. 29 members are not attending, reaching the quorum. We have 3 items on the agenda of today's plenary meeting. We're going to kick off the first item on the agenda, which is to deliberate on the work report of the Standing Committee of the National Committee of the NPC. Now let's give the floor to Comrade Zhao Leji, Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, to deliver a work report.
Fellow deputies, on behalf of the Standing Committee of the NPC, I now present this report on its work for your deliberation. The year in review. The year 2023 was the first year in which we fully implemented the guiding principles from the 20th National Congress of CPC. In the face of an unusually complex international environment and the challenging tasks of advancing reform and development and ensuring stability, the CPC Central Committee, with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, brought together the Chinese people of all ethnic groups and led them in following the general principle of pursuing progress while ensuring stability, withstanding external pressure, overcoming internal difficulties, and forging ahead with fortitude and tenacity. China secured a smooth transition in COVID-19 response, achieved economic recovery, ensured social stability, promoted high-quality development. Solid progress has thus been made in building a modern socialist country in all respects. The past year was the first year in which the Standing Committee of the 14th NPC performed its functions in accordance with the law. We fully studied and implemented the guiding principles from the 20th National Party Congress, grasped the missions and the tasks of the People's Congresses on our journey in the new era, and we have been sticking to the four consciousnesses, two determinations to uphold, and the four awarenesses. We stick to the path, theory, system, and culture. First, we uphold the overall leadership of the party, especially the centralized, unified leadership of its Central Committee, and ensure that the party's theories, lines, principles, policies, decisions, and plans are fully implemented in the work of the People's Congresses. The second is to use Xi Jinping thought on socialism with Chinese characteristics for a new era to equip our minds, guide our initiatives, and advance our work as we make studying and implementing Xi Jinping's thinking on the rule of law and his key ideas on upholding and improving the People's Congress system an essential prerequisite for carrying out our duties in accordance with the law. The third is to remain firmly committed to socialist political advancement with Chinese characteristics and uphold, improve, and run the People's Congress system to good effect. The fourth is to practice and develop whole process people's democracy and ensure that all initiatives of the People's Congresses embody the will of the people, protect their rights and interests, and are aligned with their needs and wishes. The fifth is to uphold comprehensive law-based governance, promote socialist rule of law, and ensure that all work of the state is carried out under the rule of law. The sixth is to promote high-quality development in the work of People's Congresses in accordance with the principle of pursuing progress while ensuring stability and provide legal guarantees for building a great country and advancing national rejuvenation on all fronts through Chinese modernization. This past year, under the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, we thoroughly acted on the guiding principles from the Central People's Congress Work Conference in 2021, stayed true to the unity of the leadership by the party, the running of the country by the people, and law-based governance, and performed our functions as stipulated in the Constitution and the law. We made fresh progress and achieved new results, getting off to a good start. First, promoting the spirit of the Constitution, fulfilling our constitutional missions, and improving our competence in implementing and overseeing compliance with the Constitution. The Constitution is the fundamental law of China. It's a concentrated embodiment of the will of the party and the people. It enjoys supreme legal status, legal authority, and legal force. We faithfully perform our duties of ensuring implementation of the Constitution and strengthening oversight of its compliance. We improve the legal framework for ensuring the implementation of the Constitution. The very life of the Constitution lies in its implementation, from which its authority also stems. adhering to the principle of enacting laws in accordance with Constitution, so that every law is in alignment with the spirits of the Constitution. They can reflect its authority and ensure its implementation. We work to improve the legal framework pertaining to the Constitution. We enacted a patriotic education law to instill in the people undivided love for the country, the party, and socialism. We review the organic law of the State Council, draft revisions, which will be submitted to this session for deliberation. It's an important step in guaranteeing that the State Council could perform its functions in accordance with the Constitution and the law, and advancing the modernization of China's system and capacity for governance. We strengthen oversight to ensure compliance with the Constitution. Constitution is the highest legal norm of political and social activities in our nation. The Standing Committee pushed forward the Constitution-based examination, and we improve the decision on recording. We stick to the fact that once there is a proposal, we will record and review, and we will correct behaviors. And for the recorded and filed 1,753 different proposals and normative documents, we have voluntary examination. And for the 2,878 proposals submitted by the public and organizations, we study them one by one. We urge the organs to amend or annul 260 normative documents. Deepen the public outreach and education of Constitution. The root of Constitution is the support of the people, and the greatness of the Constitution lies in the truthful faith from the people. The Standing Committee stick to the implementation, the public outreach and education of the Constitution, so that the constitutional implementation will be a voluntary action from the public. Exercise the rights of appointment and removal as stipulated by the Constitution. We organize the ceremonies to give their allegiance to the Constitution. We also do the credential review work by appointing 3 NPC deputies and terminate 24 credentials of the deputies. Right now, the actual deputies of the 14th NPC amount to 2,956. Second, improving the quality of legislation and better designing the socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics to be more complete, unified, and authoritative. We will exercise the legislative power thoroughly, especially in the key areas, emerging areas, and areas involving foreign affairs. We will bolster legislation. And we deliberated on 34 items of legislation, adopted 21 of them, which include 6 new laws, 8 revised laws, and 7 decisions on legal issues and major matters. We drew up and began to implement a new plan for legislation. On top of thorough investigation, we have compiled the plan for legislation for the 14th NPC.
We have also reported them to the NPC. We also organized the organic meeting and local Congress's legislative meetings and make plans for legislation. In the meantime, we have strengthened legislation in the field of economy. We amended the company law and improved the corporate system of Chinese enterprises. We also practiced law-based taxation and amended the draft law of the tariff law and revised the rural collective economy law and its draft. At the same time, we have strengthened laws in relation to civil affairs, in particular accessibility law, which is concerning the peoples with disabilities and the elderly. We also amended the charity law to promote smooth development of the charitable cause. We reviewed the preschool law and also the law on prevention of infectious disease and the amendment of the draft of the health law. We also strengthened the law on ecological conservation of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau. And we have established the 15th of August as the National Ecology Day, so as to promote the idea that lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. We began codifying environmental laws and established a task force to carry out this work. We improved the legislation to safeguard national security, and we have formulated the National Food Security Law to consolidate the foundation of food security. We made revision to the counter-espionage law to prevent and mitigate risks in relation to infiltration, subversion, and the theft of secrets. We revised the state secret protection law. We advanced the legislation also on social governance. We deliberated and passed Amendment 12 to the criminal law and strengthened punishment over the offense of offering bribes. We added provisions on corruption-related crimes committed by individuals and private enterprises. We revised the administrative reconsideration law to refine the procedures, and we also conducted an initial review of the draft provisions to the Cultural Heritage Protection Law and improved the administrative system for the protection of cultural heritages. We strengthened the legal system involving foreign affairs. We enacted a foreign relations law and formulated a foreign state immunity law and filled a historic gap in this regard. We revised the civil procedure law to promote a market-based, law-based international business environment. We advanced the legislation in a scientific and democratic way in accordance with the law. Upholding the party's overall leadership over legislative work, the NPC fully played its leading role in legislation. We coordinated steps to enact, revise, abolish, interpret, and codify laws so as to improve the balance between the timeline, pacing, and efficacy of legislation so as to make our legislative work more systemic, holistic, coordinated, and responsive to the will of the people. In conforming to the Constitution, we have made our laws more timely and responsive. We focused on key tasks and practice correct, effective, and law-based supervision. Over the past year, we have heard 22 reports from the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate. We have conducted 7 special investigations so as to properly handle the letters and calls of the people. We also aim at facilitating high-quality development. We heard and reviewed the State Council's assessment report And we also reviewed the State Council report on financial work and put forward suggestions on refining and strengthening financial regulations. We carried out an inspection over the implementation of scientific and technological progress. And we also conducted an inspection over the implementation of the seed law to enable greater independence and control over the seed resources. We heard and reviewed the State Council report on ensuring China's food security and held a special inquiry. We carried out a food security strategy to ensure that China's food supply remains firmly in its own hands. We carried out an inspection over the implementation of the Special Equipment Safety Law and the Workplace Safety Law. And we also reviewed a State Council report on promoting coordinated regional development and carried out research efforts to consolidate the work on the protection of overseas Chinese. We also reviewed the State Council's report on temporarily adjusting the application of relevant provisions of certain laws in China, and we support post-disaster recovery and disaster relief and resilience. And we also listened to and heard the State Council report regarding the implementation of the 14th Five-Year Plan, and we heard the report from the Central Financial Committee on eliminating some of the financial quotas posed. And we also heard a report on the rectification of some of the issues identified through the inspection. We have strengthened oversight of state-owned assets and government debt management. We formulated the 5-year plan for the oversight of state-owned assets management. In the meantime, we have heard the comprehensive report on 2022 state asset management and also the state asset management in the field of finance. We established a government debt reporting system. At the same time, we have strengthened the tackling of civil affairs-related efforts. And we also heard the report on the implementation of counter domestic violence so as to promote harmony at the level of family. We heard the implementation over the law of health and mental health. We pay attention to the mental health of juveniles as well.
Facilitate high-level protection of ecology and environment. Listen to and deliberate on the report of 2022 environment status and environmental protection targets, and examine the implementation status of the wetland protection law. Listen to the law execution and the judicial status reports, and have some thematic inquiries about the situation. And for environment and resource-related criminal behaviors, we will have some penalties in accordance with the law. Improve the oversight work mechanism and methodologies. We reviewed the amendment draft of the oversight law. Different forces come together, and by applying the rule of law, we improve our work results and the systems of oversight. Fourth, strengthen the competency development of the NPC deputies to support and guarantee that the deputies could better honor their duties. We strengthen the communication between the Standing Committee and the deputies, and between the deputies and the general public, to deepen and extend the work scope of the deputies. Refine and implement the mechanisms and systems of the Standing Committee's communications. The members of the Standing Committee established direct contacts with 418 deputies. We extended the deputies to participate in the work of the Standing Committee, special committees, and work commissions. We invited 273 deputies to participate in the meetings of the Standing Committee so that the deputies could fully be given full play by representing the people and coming from the people. We encourage the deputies to listen to the voice of the people and relay their feedbacks to the government. We organize concentrated inspections and field research. We improve the quality of the deputies' proposals. For the 271 proposals submitted by the deputies, they are reviewed by the special committees, and feedbacks have been given to the deputies. For the 8,314 suggestions proposed during the sessions and the 130 suggestions proposed after the sessions have been conveyed to the certain organizations to answer them. About 75% of the issues have been resolved or are planned to be gradually resolved. We strengthen the guarantee for deputies to serve their fulfillment. We hope that the training of the deputies will be more systemic, more targeted, and professional. We optimize and upgrade the information platforms for the deputies. Fifth, to serve the overall diplomatic agenda of the nation, to proactively engage with foreign exchanges. We implement the diplomatic thoughts of President Xi Jinping in a profound way. According to the arrangements of the CPC Central Committee in terms of international relations, we proactively and effectively engage with the foreign countries. We are more actively engaged with foreign parliaments. The chairperson's meetings delegation visited 21 countries and met with 150 foreign heads of states.
We also strengthened communication between legislators. We bring our own legislators to abroad and also bring in legislators from other countries for exchange purposes. We have dispatched 28 groups for a number of multilateral events. We have, for example, organized the symposium for Arabic countries and Middle American countries, as well as other international regions. And we have been advocating for the Community of Shared Future for Mankind, the Belt and Road Initiative, and the 3 global initiatives. In this process, we also advocate the advantage of the whole process people's democracy and the advantages of the National People's Congress system so as to amplify the voice of the Chinese road theory, system, and culture. Following the positions of for organs, we have intensified self-improvement. Building 4 organs has been defined as our goal, and following this goal, we have improved our law enforcement capability, and we have also strengthened ourselves theoretically and politically. We carried out the campaign to study the innovative theories of the party, and we also carried out a campaign to implement Xi Jinping's thought on improving the NPC system. And we also follow through Xi Jinping's thoughts on rule of law so as to tighten our efforts in strengthening rule of law. We held seminars and investigations to empower and facilitate our discharging of duties. This is also our statutory responsibility. Investigation and learning are used as a major means to strengthen our capacity and to tighten our relations with the general public. We have also advanced the systemic and procedure-based work of the NPC. We have comprehensively managed the rules and procedures of the Standing Committee of the NPC, and also the rules of procedures for the meetings of the Standing Committee of the NPC. Leveraging the special committees of the NPC and work committees, we have refined the systems and work procedures. At the same time, we have strengthened our research on publicity and international communication. We try to tell well the story of China's NPC and China's story of democracy. At the same time, we have strengthened the NPC organs to further enhance the performance of our duties. We also strengthened our coordination with local people's congresses. Dear deputies, the achievements that we have made at the Standing Committee of the NPC is due to the strong leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, and also the efforts of all the deputies and members of the standing committees and different work committees. And this is also closely related to the support from the State Council, China National Supervision Committee, Supreme People's Court, Supreme People's Procuratorate, and local people's congresses. And this is also the result of full trust and extensive support from people of all ethnic groups of China. Here, on behalf of the Standing Committee of the NPC, I would like to express my sincere gratitude. We must be mindful that there are still some deficiencies and weaknesses in our work. Legislative quality needs to be further strengthened. The efficacy and timeliness of our supervision need to be further enhanced, and the capacity in performing our duties must be further strengthened. We will listen to the suggestions of all the deputies and from all the different social sectors so as to constantly strengthen and improve our work. Our task going forward in the new year. The year 2024 will mark the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. It is a crucial year for us to accomplish the tasks of the 14th Five-Year Plan. It will also mark the 70th anniversary for the founding of the NPC system. The Standing Committee of the NPC must follow the leadership of the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core, follow the guidance of Xi Jinping's thought of socialism with Chinese characteristics for the new era, follow through the spirit of the 20th National Congress of the CPC, grasp the decisive significance of the two establishing, strengthen for consciousness, boost for confidence, and maintain two upholds, and follow through the Xi Jinping thoughts on rule of law and the Xi Jinping thoughts on improving the NPC system.
We must stick to the leadership of the CPC and have a unity with the rule of law. We must develop the whole process people's democracy and carefully execute the legislative power, the oversight power, and the power of decision and appointments and removal of the deputies as stipulated by the Constitution and the laws to steadily promote high-quality development of the NPC's work. First, strengthen the implementation and oversight of the Constitution. We improve and guarantee the institutional design of the implementation of the Constitution to improve the execution mechanism of the Constitution's implementation. We will enhance the public outreach, education, and theoretical studies of the Constitution. Second, improve the socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics. We will carefully implement the legislative plan of the Standing Committee. We will try to legislate based on the rule of law. And third, we will solidly and effectively carry out our obligation in oversight. We will try to improve the rigidity and efficacy of the oversight work. This year, we plan to arrange 35 oversight programs. Fourth, give full play to the role of the NPC deputies. We will formulate the opinions on strengthening the NPC deputies' capacity building so that the deputies could honor their obligations in accordance with the law. Fifth, extend the NPC's external communication. We will improve the targetedness, efficiency of our relationship with overseas so that we could implement the policy of major country relationship with Chinese characteristics. Six, improve the self-improvement level of the Standing Committee. We will solidly promote the development of the four organizations and to shoulder the missions and responsibilities bestowed by the party and the people. We will carefully prepare for and celebrate the 70th anniversary of the NPC to summarize and publicize the glorious history, successful experience, and efficiency of the NPC system. We will continue to stick to the system of people's congresses and follow the path of socialist political advancement with Chinese characteristics. Fellow deputies, on our new journey in the new era, let us rally more closely around CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. Let us remain focused on building a great country and advance national rejuvenation on all fronts through Chinese modernization. Let us work hard in unity, forge ahead with determination, and deliver real results through solid work to secure excellent achievements for the 75th anniversary of the People's Republic of China.
There was a work report delivered by Mr. Zhao Leji, chairman of the National People's Congress Standing Committee. He looked back at the major achievements of the NPC Standing Committee in last year and also laid out a plan to the legislative works of China's top legislature in the year 2024. Now, for more insight, let's talk to studio guest. Professor, looking at the highlights of last year's legislative work, and the first item came up in Mr. Zhao Leji's work report is the enaction of the law on patriotic education. Tell us a little bit more about the context of this legislature.
Right. This is a very important question, and actually patriotism and patriotic actually is one of the components of the socialist core value, or the core value of the socialism with Chinese characteristics, which has been upheld by the central leadership ever since the 18th Congress of the CPC, National Congress of CPC. So in my opinion, to form and to consolidate core value of, it is a kind of ordinary behavior or ordinary kind of activity, by each and every, country, each and every, national government in each and every period. So, in a certain country, within a certain period, within a certain social context, there must be some kind of a social value, or the core value of their social, the social core value, right? That's the, the identity. That's, the one of the resources to consolidate people, to, encourage people, and even to unite people, even within this territory or even across the territory, so that some kind of certain goal could be achieved in the future. So I think this is very important and it's very urgent. Yes.
Professor Huo, we noticed that the first category in Mr. Zhao work report talking about legislative work last year is actually about raising the implementation level of the Constitution and its supervisory function. Tell us why this is the utmost important duty of China's top legislature.
According to the Chinese constitutional law, National People's Congress is the supreme state organ. And the National People's Congress is in session usually once a year for about 1 week, as these sessions illustrates that. So when the NPC is not in session, it is a standing committee of NPC that exercised most functions of the National People's Congress. Therefore, the functions of standing committee of NPC is very important. According to the constitutional law of China, the standing committee of the National People's Congress has a various of powers, authority, which includes legislation and supervised the implementation of the Constitution and law. Therefore, we find that the report of Zhao Leji emphasized on the oversight of the implementation of Constitution and law.
So having said that, looking at some specific legislative works the NPC Standing Committee has done, we notice that overall it has reviewed 34 pieces of legislation and stipulated 6 pieces of legislation and revised 8 pieces of legislation and made important decisions whether on the revision or the proposal of the legislation 7 in that regard. So tell us your understanding of the amount of these legislative work. That could be a busy year focusing on the high quality development and building a more comprehensive legal system in China. Is that correct?
Well, first we must say thank you to all the member of the standing committee, because they were very busy, like you mentioned, right? More than 34 pieces of legislation being reviewed and amended and other kind of thing. And all this kind of legislation actually covers the very wide the field, ranging from economic the microeconomic mandate or even macro national economy, and even also the social governance. So in my opinion, I focus on the legislation in terms of the minery, the coal mine, and also the rural collective economy. These are not necessarily about protection, but also the promotion of a new. I mean, this is a kind of a new way to the new quality productive forces, right? Just like we mentioned in the previous section, not only about the physical innovation of technology, but also about the re-innovation or regenerate or reinvigorate the previous institutions, so that all these kind of institutions can be further buttressing or supporting the further development, like you just mentioned, high quality development, right?
So what are some of the most impressive legislative works for you, Professor Huo?
I'm a professor majored in international law, so I'm very glad to find that last year the Standing Committee of NPC enacted a number of important law in foreign related area, because you know that China is facing a much more complicated international order. And so in last year, China's Standing Committee of NPC enacted the law of the PRC on foreign relations. This is a fundamental law of, in foreign related area. It upholds the Chinese position to support international order based on international law and international system with the United Nations as its core. So this law demonstrates the Chinese willingness to abide by the international law and support international governance of law. Another law which impressed me is that in September, the Standing Committee of NPC enacted the law PRC on immunity of foreign states and their properties, which means that China now switched its position on this topic, because in the past, China insisted upon absolute immunity. And this law means that China switched to the modern approach, that is to say, restricted approach. And this kind of legislation conform with international interest and Chinese interest. In addition, the Standing Committee of NPC also revised the civil procedure law, basically the book 4 of this law. Book 4 entitled Foreign Civil Procedures. So actually, this kind of revision of civil procedure law improved the Chinese rules on international civil procedures to better protect the interests of Chinese people and Chinese international relations in economic and civil affairs.
And we'll be talking more about these crucial legislative issues later in the program. But now let's get more details from the work report from NPC Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji. He says the NPC has established various channels to listen to the opinions of the general public.
The deputies could fully be given full play by representing the people and coming from the people. We encourage the deputies to listen to the voice of the people and relay their feedbacks to the government. We organize concentrated inspections and field research.
So, gentlemen, we know NPC deputies are actually representatives of the people. So, listening to the people's voice is one of their biggest duties. Mr. Zhao Leji mentioned some achievements made in that particular regard. But overall speaking, Professor Xia, how have the voices from the people been heard at China's top legislature each year?
Well, this is a very kind of interesting and a very professional question. Just now, Mr. Zhao mentioned that nowadays, the current session, there are 2,956 deputies consisting of the 14th National People's Congress. However, he also mentioned that, there should be some kind of improvement in terms of the competence, the capability, or the ability of these deputies, because we know that, 90%, more than 90% of these 2,956 deputies, they were, part-time. I would like to say they are part-time lawmakers. As we have seen, as we have observed in the Deputy Corridor, the 6 deputies, when they were asked a question, well, actually, the question were about their professional field. The question were about how they have achieved their, academic achievement or other kind of professional achievement in terms of their own job. Well, the questions were less about how they represent the people, how they improve the lawmaking, how they improve or contribute to the oversight or supervision. So that might be the next step of the improvement of the deputies' competence, because they represent the people, not themselves, not necessarily their field, not necessarily their sectors, not necessarily their industry. So they could talk about their achievement in their field, for example, rural development, science, technology, but they also represent their region. they should talk more about this kind of thing. But fortunately, we have a standing committee because, as Professor Ho mentioned, that the standing committee is in session when the National Assembly is kind of out of session, because the National Assembly only in session for less than half a month. So for most of the job, 90% of the lawmaking, oversight, and the decision-making job rest in the standing committee, which consists of less than 250 people. So Mr. Zhao also mentioned that there should be more regular contact between the member of the standing committee and the deputies to help the deputies to know more about lawmaking and the supervision and other kinds of things. So that might be the key in the future for the improvement of the NPC, right?
So since we're talking about legislative work and its daily operation, Professor Huo, tell us more about the specific laws or legal frameworks to ensure NPC deputies and the National People's Congress perform its duty not only in session but also in daily terms.
Chinese law is quite clear in the allocation of the legislative authority between the NPC on the one hand and the Standing Committee of NPC on the other hand. According to the Chinese constitutional law, the NPC has the authority to enact basic national law, which includes, for example, the constitutional law or the basic law of Hong Kong. And when the NPC is not in session, the Standing Committee of NPC is responsible for enact other national laws, that is to say the ordinary national laws. So we find that according to the report of Mr. Zhao Leji last year, the Standing Committee of NPC revised and enact a number of laws. And in order to ensure that the legislation represents the interest of all sectors or national interest instead of a local interest or interest of one particular sector, I think that democratic legislation is very important. For example, in China, whenever the Standing Committee of NPC, is formed, it will usually publicize the legislative plan for the next 5 years, so that people know what kind of law will be enacted in the next 5 years. And whenever the text of a particular law is finalized, before it goes to the formal legislative process, it will post on the website of National People's Congress. And so the people may give them their opinions, suggestions, comments to the National People's Congress. This is a reflection of democratic legislation to ensure that the legislation protect the interest of all people, to ensure that the voice of ordinary people can be heard. And another very important measures made by the Standing Committee of NPC is that nowadays more and more liaison offices at the grassroots level have been established, so that the people at the grassroots can express their opinions, their voice on the Chinese legislation. For example, at our university, the Standing Committee of NPC established a legislative liaison office in our university. So
good to know. Tell us a little bit more about this liaison office. This is not necessarily an office of one particular NPC deputy, is it? But it's kind of a scaling down point from the NPC itself, right?
Yeah, I think it's a very important measures for the Chinese top legislator to hear the voice from the grassroots level. I think it's a kind of legislative innovation. It reflects the Chinese characteristics. For example, many professors in my university are law professors. They have studied law in different areas. So by establishing a liaison offices in our university, if our law professors, we have any suggestions to National People's Congress or Standing Committee, we can submit our suggestions to these liaison offices, so our suggestions can be heard directly by the top Chinese legislature. So I think this is a remarkable measures made by the Chinese national legislature.
Tell us a little bit more about this specific example of liaison office in your university. For example, you're quite concerned concerned in one particular area of the current legislative work, you just go to that office, or you make an appointment to submit your written suggestions and waiting for a reply? What's the exact process? Just give us an example.
There is an office in our university, and there is a person working this office, and they are in office, and their doors are open every day. So whenever we law professors have any suggestions, we just we write a document to express our opinions, and we will demonstrate. We will, explain why we have these kind of suggestions and provide our legal reasonings, and then we will submit this report to the working officers in this liaison office, and they will submit our report directly to the Standing Committee of NPC. And usually we can receive very timely feedback from the Standing Committee of NPC. So these, in consequence, encourage the participation of law professors, because now we law professors, we are very to some extent we're proud because our voice can be heard by the top Chinese leaders, which I think is really a very remarkable innovation in terms of legislative work by the Chinese top legislature.
Well, good to know. We'll be getting back to you on this, gentlemen. Now, my colleague Hona has been following China's legislative process for years. Let's cross live to her at Great Hall of the People. So, Hona, give us your thoughts on the delivered work reports from the NPC Standing Committee. What are your major takeaways?
Good morning to you, Pandong, from the Great Hall of the People. Yes, you're right. We're holding the second plenary session of 14th National People's Congress. Lawmakers, there are three major items on the agenda. Lawmakers will hear and deliberate a work report delivered by Zhao Leji, China's top legislator, on the work during the past year on China's the NPC Standing Committee of the 14th National People's Congress. And also, lawmakers will hear a report by the Supreme People's Court and Supreme People's Procuratorate. Well, we just heard Zhao Leji, the top legislator, the chairman of the Standing Committee of the 14th National People's Congress. He just briefed us on what has been done by the top legislature during the past year. In his report, he said the top legislature has drafted 6 new laws and regulations and passed, revised, and 8 laws and regulations, and passed 11 major issues and decisions concerning major legal issues. And also, he talked about in his report 3 major distinctive features when it comes to legislation. First, high quality legislation. He talked about the NPC Standing Committee has passed the food security law after 3 rounds of revisions. The law has laid a solid legal groundwork to promote the high quality development in the rural sector. Second, he emphasized, the legislation has become more people oriented and people centered. For instance, last year on June the 1st, the NPC passed China's very first law on construction of a barrier-free environment, which aims to create a barrier-free environment for the disabled and elderly. And there are so many laws closely related to people's daily lives. Third, legislation. There are many new legislation in emerging and foreign-related fields, such as China's cybersecurity law, the personal information protection law, and also China's very first foreign-related law. Well, talking about future tasks of the top legislature, Zhao Leji has emphasized the importance of legislation on ecological conservation. Well, during the past decade, the top legislature has deliberated and revised 30 laws and regulations concerning China's ecological protection. For example, the Yangtze River Protection Law, the Yellow River Protection Law, and last year on June, the country passed the very first laws on the preservation on Qinghai, Xizang Plateau. So he said specifically this year there will be major focus on legislation on ecological preservation. Pandong.
Well, Hona, what are the key focuses for the Supreme People's Court and the Supreme People's Procuratorate this year?
Oh, exactly right. As we speak, Zhang Jun, China's top judge, the president of the Supreme People's Court, is delivering a report. He mainly looked back at what has been achieved by the Supreme People's Court during the past year. Let me give you some figures and statistics. Well, he said China's Supreme Court has accepted over 21,000 cases and closed 70,000 of them. Well, that number is 54.6% and 29.5% higher than last year, respectively. Well, I think both the two reports, both the report of the Supreme People's Court and the report of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, will focus on China's judicial reform, which aims to improve the efficiency and transparency of China's judicial sector. I think from my observation, I think the main aim of the judicial reform is how to make it easier for ordinary people to file a lawsuit. Well, in 2015, China implemented a case filing registration system, replacing the previous review system in a bid to streamline the process. I've been to many local courts in China. Last year, the Beijing's Xicheng District Court. Well, I talked to a judge there. Well, she is Ms. Qin Shuwei. She told me that previously, before 2015, it took her about 2 hours to accept a case. And now with the new registration system, it only took her about half an hour to accept a case. So one important focus will be China's smart court campaign. Information technology is playing an ever increasingly important role in making filing case easier and much more efficient. Currently, there are 3 internet courts in China, in Beijing, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou. And one of the key features of the Smart Court campaign is it allows litigants to handle lawsuits entirely online. So with the help of modern technologies like cloud computing and big data, filing a lawsuit is as convenient as shopping online. And there are also many controversies with the emergence of the artificial intelligence. For example, in December last year, the Beijing Internet Court began hearing the country's very first case concerning the right to a voice generated by AI. So it has to decide if an AI-powered imitation of a person's voice can be considered as the person's original voice, and if the technology used in the process infringes upon the person's right to that voice. And the case hasn't announced. The case will announce the verdict later this year. So I think with the emergence of the artificial intelligence, there will be a lot of focus in judicial sector as well. I guess there will be more discussions in the studio by our studio guests. Back to you, Panda.
Thank you very much, my colleague Hona at Great Hall of the People. Still focusing on China's legislative work, NPC Standing Committee Chairman Zhao Leji says China has made efforts to improve its legal framework for environmental protection.
We also strengthened the law on ecological conservation of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau. And we have established the 15th of August as the National Ecology Day, so as to promote the idea that lucid waters and large mountains are invaluable assets. We began codifying environmental laws and established a task force to carry out this work.
China's lawmakers adopted a law on ecological conservation on the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau last April. The Standing Committee of the National People's Congress said conditions of the plateau's ecosystem have a direct impact on biodiversity and water supply. It's also crucial to climate stability, especially the balance between carbon emissions and absorption in the country. Zhou Jiaxing reports.
Stretching over 2.5 million square kilometers and seen as the biggest geological feature from outer space, the plateau is sometimes described as the roof of the world. It plays a unique and irreplaceable role in terms of ecological security for both China and the rest of the world.
Actually, there are unique ecosystems there. There are often high altitude wetlands, often grassland, and even forest, river, canyons, etc. In terms of the biodiversity, it's also important. It's one of the largest habitats for snow leopard. There are endemic species there, including the Tibetan antelope, not just culturally, but also economically important. Sometimes we also call the plateau as a water tower for Asia. Because some of the most important rivers coming or originating from the plateau.
To improve conservation, better mitigate ecological risks, and cope with climate change, a draft law was submitted to the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress, China's top legislature, for first reading in August last year. The committee said the plateau's seeing water and soil loss, desertification, and biodiversity under threat, with grassland degradation severe and glacier degradation worsening. Experts say the increased frequency of extreme climate events is posing risks for secondary disasters.
We have separate laws protecting wetlands, as well as the Yangtze and Yellow rivers. This law will be for a larger space, including mountains, waterways, forests, fields, lakes, grasslands, and desert. It requires a legal foundation and comprehensive regional and interagency coordination to achieve a stricter and more complete legal system in line with China's ecological civilization goals.
Revised provisions state that provincial-level governments on the plateau must implement ecologic protection red lines for ice caps and glaciers and broaden the scope of protection for permafrost regions. The red line scheme was first proposed in 2011 to identify the country's important ecological zones and enforce protection. Now, over 30% of China's land is part of the scheme.
If that is implemented well, that will provide significant knowledge and experience and even models to the international communities how to conserve those remote areas, balance the needs of sustainable development and ecological protection.
Proposals on carbon sequestration research, grassland fire prevention, avalanche monitoring, as well as penalties have made their way into the latest version of the draft law.
Experts say the new law allows China to champion the carbon peak and neutrality goals. It emphasizes ecological conservation work. It integrates into a broader mission to protect the environment, one which it shares with the rest of the world. Zhou Jiaxing, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, gentlemen, talking about China's legislative efforts to improve the legal framework for environmental protection, we noticed that in the work report, the NPC Standing Committee have formulated a law on ecological conservation of the Qinghai-Xizang Plateau and a revised marine environment protection law, also established by law August the 15th as China's National Ecology Day, and also started the work of codifying environmental laws and established a task force to carry out this work. Professor Huo, why protecting the environment is so highlighted in China's legislative works in recent years?
First of all, the protection of the environment is extremely important for the sustainable development of the country. And protecting the environment is also an international duty, shouldered by China as a major country. So I think that nowadays the Chinese leadership attach extreme utmost importance to the environmental protection. As you mentioned just now, last year the Standing Committee has do a lot of job in improving its legislative work to provide the environment. And Mr. Zhao says that the Standing Committee of NPC, China's top legislature, is planning to enact the Chinese Code of Environment and Ecology. As you know that so far, there is only one law entitled Code, that is Civil Code of PRC, which enacted in the year of 2020, and therefore this will be the second law entitled Code in the Chinese legislation, which means that the environmental protection has been one of the most important emphasis of the Chinese legislature. And I think this will ensure the sustainable development and also the new quality productive forces. In my opinion, is that the so-called new quality productive sources is innovation-driven economy, and in addition, it should be environment-friendly economy. So I think that that's the reason why the Chinese legislature attach more and more importance to the environmental protection.
So in legal professional terms, the word code in importance terms is higher than a law, or what? Explain to our global viewers why code matters more.
Yeah, code means a more comprehensive law For example, the
Can we understand that as a collection of all related laws putting into one?
Yes. Take the Civil Code as an example. The Civil Code now contains more than 2,000 articles. It contains both general provision of civil law, and it contains a lot of specific area civil law, which will include, let's say, the contract law, the tort law, property law, family law, succession law, and so on. So I think that by enacting the Environment and Ecology Code, China will, will improve its legal rules in environment and ecology protection. So more and more rules will be enacted, and China will enact a more systematic law, which is called code, to protect its environment. I think once this code has been enacted, it will be a milestone in the Chinese legislation, which I think is significant, important, not only for China, but also for the whole world.
Well, Professor Xia, let's put this legislative effort into the larger Chinese context. High-quality development, the Green China Initiative. Why has China been emphasizing the importance of protecting the environment and realizing the ecological civilization, if you will, since 2012? Why this matters so much?
Actually, we could grasp the essence from the theory of the Chinese modernization or Chinese past modernization, which has been mentioned and upheld by President Xi Jinping in 2012 in the 20th National Congress of the CPC. Actually, the Chinese modernization or Chinese past towards modernization includes one important pillar, and that pillar is to balance the development and the human nature, or the nature. So the balance, the development, and the preserving the ecological or preserving the natural environment. So it is important for not only for China, but also for all the developing countries, because we know that previously, even before 1945, even before the so-called the first half of the 20th century, most of the so-called developed countries, most of the so-called modernized countries, they have exploited and they have taken other country, other regions' resources without concerning, without preserving, without protecting the national. They just take it and they don't care about the result and consequences. That shouldn't be done anymore because we live in only one Earth, only one, let's say, this kind of environment. So President Xi mentioned that it is a clean and it is there should be a clean and a beautiful world, not only for the developed countries, people in developed countries, but also for people in developing countries. So it is not only about China, but also for other countries. And in my opinion, this is not for the current generation, not for people, not for our generation, but for the next generation and even next generation, because we are upholding the sustainable development, right? Yeah.
Indeed, and actually, to be honest, talking about the environment protection, I came back from the UN Environment Assembly last weekend from Nairobi, and many participants I talked to there have mentioned this, that China's efforts are not only about mission statements or enacting laws, but also equally important about action, about implementation, about results. And it's been widely recognized, including the UNEA 6 president and also the head of the UN Environment Program. Tell us a little bit more about China's governance system to actually realize those promises.
Yes, of course, it is important. It is not only about practice. It is not only about the protection of the natural environment and preserving the ecology, preserving the nature, the environment we are living in. It is also about the transformation of the way of thinking, the transformation of the way of governance. Well, ever since 2012, the 18th National Congress of the CPC, the Chinese leadership actually emphasized or attached significance about the ecological management or ecological governance within the governing China. And we also know that the improvement or the upgrading of the Natural Environment Protection Agency to the ministerial level. And then we have also enacted a serious numbers of laws, not only protecting the environment, but also punishing people who have done bad to the national international environment. So it is, the strictest, I would like to say, the strictest law in the world to protecting the environment and to punishing the people who have done bad to the environment, not only for practice, not only for economic development, but also for building a beautiful world, more beautiful world for our generation and next generation, and even for the transformation of way of thinking. We should balance the nature and our life. We should we should live in a harmonious society, not only about the relationship between people, but also between people, human being, and the nature. Right.
Well, so no more pollution first, clean up later. Well, gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you on this. You're watching a special coverage on CGTN on China's annual political season. Stay with us.
It's China's political season as NPC delegates and CPPCC members gather in Beijing.
How to better govern the country and what is China's growth target?
Where are the new productive forces?
And what is the way to a better life?
We ask lawmakers and political advisors to answer key questions.
Follow the 2 sessions coverage on CGTN to understand China's agenda.
You're watching CGTN. This is our special coverage on China's annual political season, the 2 sessions. President Xi Jinping has called on the armed forces to enhance strategic capabilities in emerging fields. Xi Jinping made remarks while attending a plenary meeting of the delegation of the People's Liberation Army and the People's Armed Police Force at the 2nd session of the 14th National People's Congress of China's national legislature. Deputies from various military sectors discussed advancements in maritime situational awareness, cyber defense capabilities, artificial intelligence, and space resource management. President Xi Jinping called for enabling new quality productive forces and new quality combat capabilities to effectively integrate with and boost each other. He emphasized the need to optimize space strategies, enhance cyber security measures, and take full advantage of development in intelligent technology. Xi Jinping also advocated fostering innovation as a key element in the growth of these emerging fields. He called for an increased focus on self-reliance and indigenous innovation. Xi Jinping highlighted the importance of creating a supportive ecosystem for innovation within these new fields. The president also urged efforts to accelerate the supply of new combat forces as a driving force to deepen reforms in the national defense, science and technology industry system. Chinese Premier Li Qiang, also a member of the Standing Committee of the Political Bureau of the CPC Central Committee, participated in the deliberation of the Guangdong delegation on Wednesday. He fully affirmed the contributions made by Guangdong in the past year to the overall national development and expressed his hope that Guangdong would thoroughly implement the spirit of General Secretary Xi Jinping's important instructions on the province's work, strengthen its sense of mission and responsibility, actively seize the high ground in science and technology, continue to deepen reform and opening up, focus on promoting coordinated development between urban and rural areas, continuously improve the people's well-being and strive to take the lead in advancing Chinese-style modernization. While joining political advisors from the sectors of economics and agriculture, Li Qiang said China will continue to implement proactive fiscal policy and prudent monetary policy this year. Politburo Standing Committee member Li Xi has attended a joint group meeting of political advisors at a CPPCC session. He joined advisors from the Jiusan Society and the people without party affiliation. Li Xi said comprehensive construction of a modern socialist country embodies the wisdom and hard work of the democratic parties, CPC, people without party affiliation, and members of the CPPCC. A day earlier, CPC Central Committee Political Bureau member and Foreign Minister Wang Yi briefed the media on China's foreign policies and diplomatic relations. Dong Xue has more details.
The conference hall was packed as Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi reviewed China's foreign policy during the ongoing two sessions. Wang Yi touched upon China's relations with major countries as well as regional hotspot issues amid global tensions and crises in Gaza, Ukraine, and elsewhere. Wang Yi said despite the turbulence the world is facing, China will continue to be a force of peace and stability. He described the situation in Gaza as a human tragedy and civilizational disgrace, adding that nothing justifies the protraction of conflict and the killing of civilians.
There is no distinction between noble and humble lives, and life should not be labeled as per faith or religion. The failure to end such a humanitarian disaster in these times in the 21st century is a tragedy for humanity and a disgrace for human civilization.
On ties with the United States, Wang said Washington should take an objective and rational view of China's development and honor its commitments on China-U.S. ties. The relations, according to Wang, have improved since last year's meetings between the two presidents in San Francisco. However, the Biden administration's latest move to curb Chinese electrical vehicles shows the seriousness of challenges in stabilizing one of the world's most important bilateral relations.
The challenge for the U.S. comes from within, not from China. If it is obsessed with suppressing China, it will only hurt itself.
As for the EU, Wang announced that China will adopt a visa-free policy for 6 European countries, including Switzerland, Ireland, and Austria, starting March 14th, in a clear signal that China is willing to strengthen ties. Wang Yi said the EU should consider China as a partner, but not as a competitor or rival. On artificial intelligence governance, Wang said China's contribution aims to ensure benefits for all, apart from safety and fairness. Cooperation among major countries is important, he said, and is helping developing countries in their efforts at making progress. Wang said China will soon submit to the UN a draft proposal on establishing international cooperation to enhance technology sharing and leaving no country behind. For the most part, China's two sessions usually focus on the country's domestic policies, but there's always an intense global scrutiny of the proceedings, especially on the direction of Chinese foreign policy. Well, this nearly 2-hour session is being closely watched at home and abroad, as Beijing's diplomacy has become increasingly influential in recent years, from its successful mediation of a rapprochement between rivals Saudi Arabia and Iran to its continued push for peace in Ukraine and Gaza. Foreign Minister Wang Yi says China will continue to act as a responsible power to help build a community with a shared future. Dong Xue, CGTN, Beijing.
The two sessions have attracted many international journalists. 6 years ago, CGTN's Sean Caleb's covered the important annual political gathering, with CGTN's Feng Yilei working as producer. Now, Feng Yilei is a reporter. She and Sean had a chance to think back on the stories they did then and how China has changed since.
Feng Yilei,
hey Sean, good to see you
back
again.
in the Great Hall. It's been 6 years since we were here. Back then, we were doing stories on poverty alleviation, and we went to Shanxi province, and it was eye-opening to me how deep mired the people were in poverty. But kind of walk me through what happened. There was this successful effort to raise people out of poverty. Where is China now?
And now you can really feel a shift of the country from, as you mentioned, poverty alleviation to more development. And then now this year, there is a term raised by the Chinese authorities, particularly what is called the new productive forces. I think, do you have an idea in your mind right now what it actually means to you?
I'm very curious because modernization of China is the key.
And also I have a question for you, just how different do you feel about all these changes years after you come back to this place?
It's interesting because in many ways it feels like the same city, but in many ways it's completely different. If I take ourselves back to where we were in Shanxi province, how rural that was, and the fascination people had with us showing up. And I don't know if you remember, but that one house they had an apple sitting on a windowsill, and that was a big treat. And now they've had the opportunity, homes have been built for so many people, they have jobs, and this rural area and the urban areas have meshed. And so now the next step forward to continue to breathe life into China's massive economy is this modernization. And I think that we're all wondering exactly how that's going to come. Clearly, being a leader in EVs and renewable energy, that's meant so much to this country. But there are headwinds with the economy right now. And the real challenge is going to be to find jobs for college graduates and to find skilled laborers. What was your take back then when we went through that area?
Well, I still remember the efforts of how the government and people have taken to really get people out of poverty in terms of agriculture, education, and all sorts of attempts. And now I think they're really, they have gone through a period to make people live in a decent way. And now the task, the priorities for the government has shifted, as I said, from poverty alleviation to another goal of modernize the country.
This year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of China's National People's Congress. Our reporter Zhao Yunfei explains how the People's Congress puts power in citizens' hands.
The National People's Congress, or NPC, is China's top lawmaking body. It's a political system fundamental to the leadership of the Communist Party of China, the running of the country by the people, and law-based governance. Over its 70 years of history, the system of people's congresses, from national level to provincial and township levels, reflects that all power of the state belongs to the people. The first NPC was held in 1954. Deputies voted to pass the Constitution of the People's Republic of China. The Constitution provides a wide range of rights and freedoms that citizens enjoy in political, economic, social, and other respects. China began its reform and opening up in 1978, developing itself into an economic powerhouse. China's electoral systems have been constantly improving, along with systems of state institutions, systems for community-level democracy, and organizational systems and rules of procedures for the People's Congresses. Since the 18th CPC National Congress in 2012, China has worked hard to improve the system of institutions through which the people run the country, strengthen governments at the primary level, and improve work related to People's Congress deputies. The NPC deputies exercise legislative power by deliberating and voting. They play an important role in the practice of democracy.
The deputies are members of power organs and play an important role in the practice and development of the whole process people's democracy. The people elect deputies through democratic elections. The deputies faithfully represent the interests and will of the people. Deputies make suggestions on all aspects of work, which is an important form of performing their duties in accordance with the law and reflecting the opinions of the people. It carries the people's hope for a better life, reflects the will and voice of the people, and gathers the wisdom and strength of the people.
For decades, the People's Congress system has provided an important institutional guarantee. It allows the party to lead the people in achieving rapid economic development and long-term social stability. Zhao Yunfei, CGTN, Beijing.
Well, gentlemen, as we just mentioned, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the National People's Congress in China. Let's remember, this is the most fundamental political institution in China and also the highest power organ in the state institution. Professor Xia, Professor Huo just mentioned a brilliant example of Chinese democracy in action. Ordinary citizens can go to this liaison office of the NPC to voice their concern and get a very responsible reply. So in the larger context, how exactly does the National People's Congress work right now? And is there any changes from its very start?
Right. This is a very, very good question. Actually, the National People's Congress has always been in the changing, reforming, upgrading, advancing, and transforming process. It is not a static. It is not just sitting there, waiting people to watch, waiting people to observe. No, it has been in this kind of reforming process ever since 1955, the first session, as we mentioned, as we have seen in the footage. Actually, 1955, the first session of the National People's Congress not necessarily laid down the foundation of the People's Republic of China, but also laid down a new kind of a political process. A new political process for, back then, 4.5 billion people, Chinese people. For the first time, Chinese people really enjoyed this right to vote, to elect their representative. They know that there are too many people in China. There are too many deputies. They might not cover all this kind of thing, but this was a huge change in their kind of interaction between ordinary people and the state. And also, from the starting point of the reforming and opening up period, 1978 and 1982, China also, reformed or upgraded the role or the function of National People's Congress back then. We all know that the Standing Committee, the Standing Committee got recovered ever since the beginning of the reform period, and the function and even the roles and the authority of the Standing Committee got expanded and got enlarged, and not necessarily Standing Committee, but also the ordinary deputies. They played a more and more important role, not necessarily for displaying their own story, but also representing the people. So I think it will be better and better. It will be more and more functioning in practice, in real sense. Right.
So Professor Hu, we know China is now in this new era, on a new journey. What are some of the outstanding features of the very feature of the National People's Congress in this particular period in history?
Yes, China entered a new era. It is on the new journey, and the People's Congress, I think, is also reform. I agree with Professor Xia that the NPC is improving and reforming to better exercise its functions. And in recent years, we also find a lot of reforms in order to adapt to the new situation and new eras. For example, in the year of 2018, the NPC passed amendment to the Chinese constitutional law, and it established a National Supervisory Commission. And as you know that, according to the Chinese constitutional law, the NPC is a supreme state organ. Therefore, it has the authorities to supervise all other state organs that it creates, which include the Standing Committee of NPC, the State Council, the Supreme People's Court, and Supreme People's Procuratorate, and National Supervisory Committee. So you can see that every year when NPC is in session, the Premier of the Council, the Chief Justice of the Supreme People's Court, and the Chief Procurator, we also deliver their national or their annual work to the NPC for reviewing and proving. So by this way, I should say that the NPC is improving its authorities to oversight the works of other state organs and to ensure that people administrate their affairs through this National People's Congress. And you look at the composition of the deputy of NPC, you will know that they are elected from the provincial level. They are elected from every provinces, autonomous regions, Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, and also from the People's Liberation Army. And the constitutional law of China also ensure that every ethnic minorities should have their deputies to the NPC. So even the ethnic minorities with the smallest population should have their deputies to the NPC. So this also will ensure that all ethnic groups in China, their interests can be protected by Constitution and by Chinese law.
Well, gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you on this. Now let's cross live to our reporter Xu Xingchen, standing by at Great Hall of the People. Xingchen, so what can we expect from the upcoming Ministers' Corridor?
Absolutely, Pandong. So to be more specific or to be more exact, I'm standing in the north lobby of the Great Hall of the People in the Chinese capital, and that location is very special because it has been a long-standing tradition for Chinese ministers and other officials from organizations, government organs under the administrations of the State Council to take questions, to meet the press, to collect questions from the people of the country who are and get the answers from these government officials. And today we're going to have 5 ministers. First, we're going to have the minister for the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, the Minister of Environmental Protection, Minister of Transport, Minister of Civil Affairs, and the head for State Administration for Market Regulations. If we're going to recap a little bit for the plenary just wrapped up, it's going to wrap up very soon this morning that we're going, the chairman for China's National People's Congress Standing Committee, Liu Leji, mentioned that in 2024 there will be 35 oversight projects to examine implementations of 5 different laws that include state-owned assets law, agricultural law, social security, insurance law, and the laws on intangible cultural heritage and Yellow River protections. We are definitely see there will be implementations to improve legislations to help to improve people's livelihoods and of course environmental protections. And the minister is coming out anytime right now after the plenary today, wrap ups very soon, hopefully. And speaking of the questions collected from the media, and those questions are really what people are looking here in China to improve their livelihood. For example, transportation. So China has an ambition to become a country with great transportation strength by 2035, and it is going to create commuter circles within cities by 1 hour, and intra-cities travel by 2 hours, and among major cities 3 hours. So a great ambition, but it's more than that. It would be artificial intelligence, big data implementations to improve the transportation system here in the country. And I'm expecting there will be questions from the floor that is going to hit the Minister of Transportation, how technology can improve transportation system here in China. And environmental protection is always a big thing here in China for discussion. And speaking of industry and information technology, innovation, technological achievements are also something that can help boost the high quality development, of course, to boost the development of this new term, new quality productive forces. And we're definitely going to see a lot of great questions from the floor and hopefully to hear some good feedbacks from the ministers. Pando.
Thank you very much. Our reporter Xu Xingchen at Great Hall of the People. And talking about Ministers' Corridor, on Tuesday, several ministers of China's government have already made the press during this year's Ministers' Corridor event. They reviewed their work and took questions from the media. Let's get some highlights.
科技创新啊，不仅提升了我们国家传统产业的竞争力。
Technological innovation is a key factor driving the development of new quality productive forces, in addition to enhancing the competitiveness of traditional industries. China's expenditures on research and development exceeded 3.3 trillion yuan last year, marking an increase of 8.1% from the previous year. Of particular interest to many is the spending allocated to basic research, which amounted to over 220 billion yuan, with an annual growth rate of 9.3%.
Central enterprises have undertaken numerous science projects that demand substantial investments. Yet it's crucial to acknowledge that China still trails in the development of certain core technologies. We believe that investment in application-related researches remain insufficient, despite reaching 60 billion yuan in the past year. Therefore, we urge central enterprises to invest more and play an active role in integrating into the global innovation network.
Now turning back to the main event on Friday morning, the work report delivered by Mr. Zhao Leji, chairman of the NPC Standing Committee. The document has put forward several key focuses of the NPC Standing Committee's work this year, aiming to improve socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics.
improve the socialist legal system with Chinese characteristics. We will carefully implement the legislative plan of the Standing Committee. We will try to legislate based on the rule of law. And third, we will solidly and effectively carry out our obligation in oversight. We will try to improve the rigidity and efficacy of the oversight work. This year, we plan to arrange 35 oversight programs. Fourth, give full play to the role of the NPC deputies. We will formulate the opinions on strengthening the NPC deputies' capacity building so that the deputies could honor their obligations in accordance with the law. Fifth, extend the NPC's external communication. We will improve the targetedness, efficiency of our relationship with overseas so that we could implement the policy of major country relationship with Chinese characteristics.
Well, gentlemen, talking about focuses of the NPC Standing Committee's work for the year 2024, as we just heard, 35 oversight programs have been planned. Professor Huo, earlier you just mentioned the importance of supervision and oversight of the National People's Congress. Tell us more about your thoughts on these 35 planned oversight programs.
Well, this means that the authority of supervise is an important authority given by the Constitution to the Standing Committee of NPC. By building a modern legal system with Chinese characteristics depends on an efficient oversight system. So I think that it is very natural that the Standing Committee of NPC have given more and more importance to the oversight authorities. And I believe that by enacting more laws or exercising the functions of oversight in a more efficient way, and Chinese law and constitution can be better implemented. So the Sustainable Development China can be, can have a very safeguard on the legal and legislative aspect.
So from your professional focus, international law, you mentioned that quite some legislative work have been achieved in last year regarding legislative works to foreign-related areas. So what are expectations for this year? Would you say it's more about implementation now?
The 20th National Congress of CPC emphasized that China will step up the legislation in key, emerging, and foreign-related areas. Though Chinese top legislatures has enacted a number of important laws in foreign related area, for example, the laws of PRC on foreign relations and also the laws of PRC on immunity of foreign states and their properties, but I don't think it's enough because China is facing a more and more complex international environment. And the whole world is also witnessing a lot of global challenges such as anti-globalization, and also the globalization has met the challenges from the unilateral sanctions by certain countries. So I think that in order to safeguard the sovereignty, interest and development interest, and to promote the rule of law at global level, China needs more legislation in the field of foreign-related areas.
In what particular areas, from your personal observation?
I believe that China should do. I think that there are two most important aspects in the foreign-related area. First, China should improve its laws to safeguard its interests, just like Shell, to protect its interests. On the other hand, China also should enact the laws to safeguard the opening up to the world, because opening up to the world is also one of the most important reasons that can explain the success of China during the past 40 years.
So what's your expectation in this particular regard, Professor Xia? Because we know that it's not only about legislation itself. In the work report, we noticed that the NPC Standing Committee also raised some targets in exchanges with foreign legislatures. What role the NPC can play in this particular regard in the context of China's overall diplomacy?
Right, this is a very good question and a very interesting question. I couldn't agree with Professor Ho any longer in terms of the the Chinese legislation and even the improvement of the NPC in terms of the legislation or the lawmaking in the foreign related issues. Well, if I remember correctly, when Chinese leaders address the global issue, well, they use 4 deficits in terms of this kind of thing: the deficit of peace, the deficit of development, the deficit of governance, and even the deficit of trust. So, in my opinion, Chinese legislation, although it is a domestic legislation, right, domestic lawmaking, however, this kind of foreign-related lawmaking legislation actually has injected a lot of trust, mutual trust, let's say, in the international community. Making a good example for the global governance, or making a good example for the further globalization, not necessarily in economic field, but also in some kind of a cultural field, right? So we should mutually respect each other, trust each other to build a better world. And also, like you mentioned, how could NPC play an important role in foreign relations? Well, that is what we call the multilateralism or multilateral diplomatic relation. Not necessarily about the Ministry of Diplomacy, not necessarily about the professional diplomat. All these kind of political leaders, all these kind of lawmakers, they could play an important role in building bilateral, even multilateral, let's say, friendship among other countries or among other legislatures to tell the story of China, to share China's achievement and improvement in the last 45 years in terms of the reform and particularly the last 10 years in the new era. So I think the NPC just provides a good channel for the outside world to know real China, to know about China, to know how China has improved without any, let's say, ideological bias. That's my opinion.
Right, so going back to the domestic focus, we noticed that in talking about its working plan for this year, Professor Ho, the NPC Standing Committee, the first item comes up on the plan is actually strengthening the implementation and oversight of the Constitution, and specifically mentioned special administrative regions. What's your reading into this?
I mean, the
original wording was special administrative regions. So what's your reading into the wording?
The special administrative region, of course, I think it means that the Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR, as you know, that China, or one country, 2 systems, is a basic principle for the central government of China to administrate these special administrative regions. And in recent years, the central government is now improving its administration over the Hong Kong administration, Hong Kong SAR and Macau SAR, to ensure the prosperity in these 2 regions. And so in the recent years, we find that the Standing Committee of NPC has enacted the national security law of Hong Kong SAR to safeguard the prosperity and stability of Hong Kong, to fill some loopholes in the administration of 2 regions. And so it can be expected that in order to improve the one country, 2 systems, and in order to ensure the long-term prosperity and stability, I believe that the NPC will do more jobs to improve the legislative system with regard to the relationship between central government and these 2 SARs.
So what's your reading into this move, Professor?
Yes, I agree with Professor Ho's argument in terms of this one country, 2 system is a system. It's a principle. It is also a political system. It's also a system that should be protected, should be guaranteed, with this legal making or legal framework. So, in my opinion, the plan in this year for the special administrations, particularly in terms of the state security, national security, is just to provide security for the implementation.
I believe the current process in Hong Kong is for the region to legislate on Article 23 23 of the Basic Law, right?
Yes. So to the further improvement of this kind of practice and to secure the national security and to secure the implementation of China's constitutional law. So that is a very important way to security or guarantee the practice in the future. Right?
So talking about guarantee national security of China, we noticed that food security, as we talked about, comes very high place at last year's legislative work, and also the revision of the counter-espionage law and law on protecting state secrets. So what could be the more focus of this year, Professor?
President Xi Jinping has advocated an overall vision on national security. And this kind of notion includes a lot of more specific, concepts. For example, the national security.
And let's be clear, it's not about this kind of us and them mentality or to get rid of foreign investment or not welcoming foreigners, right? It's about protecting China's own interests while deepening its opening up. Right. Well, gentlemen, we'll be getting back to you on this. Now let's cross live to the Great Hall of the People, where the Ministers Corridor event is about to happen.
Good morning, everyone. The second session of the 14th NPC will have the second Ministers Corridor, and we have invited 5 ministers to take your interviews and to respond to the concerns of the society. They come from the MIIT, Mr. Jin Zhuanglong, Minister Jin Zhuanglong, Minister of Civil Affairs, Mr. Wu Zhiyuan, Minister of Ecology and Environment, Huang Yingqiu, and Minister of Transport, Mr. Li Xiaopeng, Minister of State Administration for Market Regulation, Mr. Luo Wen. Now let's invite the first Minister of Industry and Information Technology. Now we open the floor to questions. Thank you. Good morning, Minister Jin. I come from CMG. This year, according to the government work report, we must speed up the process of new type of industrialization. So what's your take about the status quo of industrial development, and what are the major measures this year for industrialization? Thank you for the questions. First of all, I would love to thank all the media friends for your interest in and support of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technologies. And also, my best wishes go to all the female journalists. We aim to realize the new type of industrialization by 2035. According to President Xi Jinping, in this new journey, with the Chinese modernization, we must support the Chinese rejuvenation. And the new type of industrialization is one key measure to realize it. Last September, we convened the national meeting on new type of industrialization with a full range of arrangements. And also the government work report has introduced a series of measures. We will be responsible for implementation. Since the 18th National Congress, we have accelerated new type of industrialization with some new forms. Allow me to summarize them in 4 ways. They are more comprehensive, larger scale, and stronger. And in terms of more comprehensive industrialization, in a dozen of years, we have completed the journey of industrialization for hundreds of years in developed nations. In the UN's industrial series, which are about 660 different subgroups according to the UN classification, we cover basically 40% of the major industrial products. 220 industrial products rank among the first in the world in terms of the scale. And as to bigger scale, it's about the industry's size. Last year, the total industrial added value was approaching 40 trillion RMB yuan. accounting for 31.7% of our GDP. Our manufacturing sector contributed to over 30% of the global total. For 14 years in a row, we ranked the top in the world. That's another feature. And to mention one more, stronger, which means, for example, the network infrastructure is much stronger. We have established the largest scale and world-leading telecommunication facilities. Our 5G base stations stand at about 3.38 million. We allow all the counties to have access to 5G technologies and the broadband services. But of course, we still have some loopholes. We're still going uphill. There will be some obstacles to conquer and some loopholes to fill in. Added by the fact that the new round of technological revolution and industrial transformation are going on, we are confronted with both opportunities and challenges, but we stay confident that on top of the foundations, by grasping the opportunities, we can surmount the difficulties and accelerate our growth. Allow me to introduce the following measures, which are the highlights. The first one is to maintain the pickup situation of our industrial economy. Especially in 10 industries, we must stabilize the growth with complete working plans. For the big industrial provinces or municipalities, we will encourage them to shoulder responsibilities. Of course, there might be like 10 industrial provinces. We also encourage all localities to develop their own special and featured industries. The second measure is to go all out to facilitate the manufacturing sector industrial chain development with high quality. We will give full play to the enterprises in the manufacturing sectors and try to fill in our loopholes, strengthen their strength, and cement the foundations, especially in terms of the resilience and competitiveness of the supply chain and industrial chain. The third measure is to accelerate the advanced manufacturing sector with modern industrialization system. And we will mainly work on 4 categories. The first one is traditional industry. For traditional industries, we cannot regard them just as the low-end industries and just phase them out. Instead, we must renew the traditional industries. To that end, we will try to upgrade the traditional manufacturing sector. For traditional industries, we hope to move them towards green and smart directions.
And we have to consolidate the strong industries to maintain their competitive edges. At the same time, we have to cultivate a number of internationally influential Chinese brands, and large aircrafts and turbo machines, and those major breakthroughs over the past few years. We also need to create some manufacturing innovation centers at the national level so as to cultivate more advanced clusters for advanced manufacturing. We already have 45 of them. We need to encourage those manufacturers to become strong competitors at the global arena. Over the course of developing the manufacturing industry, we have to build some demonstrative zones and parks. In China, we have 178 high-technology development zones, and we also have 45,000 high-tech companies, and they have to play a very important role. Put simply, they need to embrace high technology, develop industrialization, and foster new quality productive forces. So this is a key task of ours. Another major area of efforts is to improve the technological innovation of our industry. We need to encourage enterprises to take the leading role in innovation. And people hope that there is better integration between technological and industrial innovation. This is the prevailing trend, and we have to constantly accelerate this momentum. From our point of view, we need to accelerate the development of multiple industries. Another very important part of our work is to strengthen informationalization and its integration with industrialization. In this regard, as is known to all, this is the striking feature of new type of industrialization. We need to focus on two areas. Number one, to consolidate our competitive edge in information and telecommunications industry and build 5G algorithms and computing powers and related infrastructure. We need to continue promoting the large-scale application of internet so as to allow 5G to empower all the different industries. Additionally, we have to strengthen research and development of 5G, and in the meantime, we have to step up research on 6G. Meanwhile, we need to accelerate the digital, internet-based intellectual development of our manufacturing industry. First, focus on digital transformation of the manufacturing industry, and this must be conducted in a step-by-step manner. And we also need to launch the AI Plus campaign so as to allow AI to empower new type of manufacturing. Regarding new type of industrialization, we need to deepen reform and expand our openness. And that is why China has removed the restrictions on the quota of foreign capital in the fields of manufacturing. We have plans to roll out pilot programs on providing additional services on internet. Next question, please. Minister Jin, I'm with South China Daily Economic News. In recent years, small, professional, and unicorn enterprises have caught the attention of the society. And can you share with us your ministry's plans in boosting the development of these enterprises? Thank you for your question. SMEs in China, they reached the number of more than 50 million. They involve millions of households and support all the different sectors and industries, and we are supporting the development of small, special, and unicorn enterprises. And we already have 124,000 such companies, and little giant enterprises have reached 12,000. And these enterprises play a crucial role in strengthening our industrial and production chains. And going forward, we're going to implement the decisions of the CPC Central Committee and the government. At the central level, we're going to unswervingly focus on service and management and empower these enterprises through the following efforts. First, improve quality. We will formulate rules to enhance the high-quality development of special, fine, high-tech enterprises so that they can truly enhance their quality of development. Meanwhile, we are going to launch a special campaign aimed at empowering these enterprises through digital transformation. The city-level pilot programs will be rolled out, and at the central government level, for 3 consecutive years, we are going to support more than 40,000 small and medium-sized enterprises in their digital transformation campaign. Second, optimize our environment. We're going to implement the SME facilitation law, make sure that all the provisions are put on the ground in the fields of talents, recruitment, digital transformation, and land utilization. We will play a supportive role. And third, strengthening our services. This means we are going to strengthen and improve the service system for SMEs. By working with competent authorities, we're going to launch a number of campaigns to serve the small and medium-sized enterprises. We also have the SME foundation for China. We need to leverage this fund to support the business activities of SMEs. Additionally, we need to strengthen the exchanges and communications between different SMEs. In this regard, we are going to allow the leading enterprises to play a dominant role so as to support SMEs. The government will create platforms allowing large, small, and medium and macro-sized enterprises to play a better role. This year, we are going to create 100 SME industrial clusters, and we already have 200 of these. Thank you very much to Minister Jiang. And now let's invite Minister Lu Zhiyuan from the Ministry of Civil Affairs.
Questions, please.
请北端那位穿黑色衬衫的男记者提问。
谢谢主持人，我是法制日报的记者。
Thank you. From the Legal Affairs Daily, according to the 20th National Congress, we must establish the social assistance system with classifications and different levels. So my question to Minister Lu is that this year, how will the Ministry of Civil Affairs implement that work? Thank you for the question. Social assistance is one measure to guarantee the basic lives of the people with difficulties. According to General Secretary Xi, for the people with financial difficulties, we must pay special attention to them and care for them. Last October, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and 10 other ministries published the document about the dynamic monitoring of the low-income people in order to improve such a social assistance system with diversified levels and categories. Speaking of the categories and different levels, they mean that we will divide the people with financial difficulties into different levels. For example, the first layer is about those with the social allowance. And then the second layer is about the peripheral group, which has about 1.5 times of the subsistence level. The third one is that the household income is lower than the disposable per capita income locally. As to the categorized social assistance, it means that for different levels of subjects, we will carry out diversified social assistance measures. For the first level, the people with the social allowance, we must benefit them with different special assistance programs and social security programs. For the second and the third levels, though they do not enjoy the subsistence allowance, they can enjoy some other dedicated social assistance support, like in the fields of employment, education, healthcare, and homes. For example, if they do not have a house, they could apply for affordable housing. If their children couldn't be educated, they could apply for the educational assistance. By now, the group of people listed in the dynamic monitoring was about 66 million. And 40 million people enjoy the subsistence allowance. 4.72 people belong to the especially difficult group. 7 million people enjoy the temporary social assistance programs. For the next step, we will carefully execute the requirements in the government work report by improving such a social assistance program with different categories and levels. And the following will be the major measures. The first one is we must locate the targeted groups of population with our help through big data technologies. We must precisely locate the subjects of our social assistance so everyone that should be helped could access our social assistance. Secondly, we must execute the policies to the full. So the policies could play their role in a timely fashion. Especially, the sound policies must be put into effect. The Ministry of Civil Affairs and other relevant ministries must shoulder our responsibilities in the implementation of those policies, through which people with financial difficulties could have a higher sense of attainment, and the socialist system advantages could be felt. The party and the Chinese government's policies could truly send warmth to the people's hearts. Third, we must ensure transparency, fairness, and equity. Social assistance relies heavily on the policy measures and is highly concerned by the whole society. So it is a matter of social justice. We must ensure highly fairness and equity and transparency in our execution. So we must send out the notification to the public. And meanwhile, we must allow different types of illegal behaviors to be corrected so that we can maintain the basis of social equity. Thank you.
Next question, please. Thank you. I'm with People's Daily. At present, China is increasingly becoming an elderly society. Elderly care has become a key topic of concern. My question to Minister Liu is, what are the measures to be taken to respond to the elderly trend of the population? Thank you for your question. Population aging and elderly care are a great issue of concern because it involves millions of households and the interest of each and every one of us. General Secretary Xi and the CPC Central Committee pay close attention to this issue. We have already elevated this issue to a national strategy. As of the end of 2023, China had over 290 million people above the age of 60, accounting for 21.1% of the total population of China. We have 211 million people above the age of 65, accounting for 15.4% of China's total population. The population aging in China features a large scale, a quick speed of aging, and also an arduous task of response. Going forward, the Ministry of Civil Affairs will earnestly shoulder the responsibility accordingly, and we are working together with the member organizations of the Old Age Care Committee to carry out the national strategies to respond to population aging. We'll engage in policy innovation and top-level policy designs to improve the following structures and systems. First, to improve the social security system, and that means we have to solve the issue of the source of our capital and finance for old age care, and also improve the elderly care system. And that is to solve the issue of who should provide elderly care, what kind of elderly care services we need to provide. And third, improve a health support system. And that is to make sure that all the elderly are taken care of. Old age care is an arduous task that we have to accomplish to respond to population aging, and this is also one crucial responsibility of our ministry. Let me take this opportunity to give you a more detailed introduction. China will improve the system that features a combination of home-based and community-based elderly care. According to our knowledge, most of the elderly intend to choose a home-based care system, and this is also in line with the Chinese tradition. So we need to provide some support for home-based elderly care. For example, home-based elderly adaptation. We need to build some intellectual and smart services, and we also need to solve the catering issue related to the elderly. We encourage old age care organizations to provide doorstep services. In particular, for those elderly who have lost their children, we need to establish a system of regular visits and care. For the community, we need to follow through the government work report this year and strengthen urban, rural, and community service network. In particular, we have to vigorously develop old age care institutions at the community level, such as building elderly activity centers and cafeteria for the elderly, so that senior citizens are entitled to old age care services at their doorsteps, and within their community they can enjoy some convenient services. For institutions, we need to do a good job in holding the bottom line and provide some basic old age care services, and that has to do with vulnerable groups and senior citizens in a city and in villages, and also those who have lost their physical ability. Additionally, it is important to develop inclusive elderly care services and institutions. On another level, we need to allow the market to play a crucial role, and we need to develop the silver hair economy by encouraging social capital to engage in this industry so as to meet the needs of different layers and levels of the society. At the same time, we need to build a society that is friendly to senior citizens. And this means we have to advocate the fine tradition of the Chinese nation in filial piety, in respecting senior citizens, in caring for the elderly and supporting them, and also safeguard their legitimate rights and interests and make sure that all those preferential policies are put on the ground. We have to create favorable conditions to allow senior citizens to participate in social life and contribute to social progress, and allow them to play their part in the society. Thank you.
Now let's invite the third minister, Minister of Ecology and Environment. Now we open the floor to questions. Good morning, Minister Huang. I come from Hong Kong. From Beijing magazines, ecological improvement is witnessed by the whole society. People could see that the weather conditions have been improved. So what's your take about the achievements made about ecological protection? And what's your plan for this year from the Ministry of Ecology and Environment? Thank you for the questions. And please look outside at the sky. It's very blue. Speaking of PM 2.5, to be honest, I feel reassured and relaxed standing here now. Premier Li Qiang used to say that we must steadily improve the ecological environment. And he spoke highly about the achievements made. In 2023, it was a challenging year for our work. We faced many difficulties. Speaking of the air quality battle, after the smooth transition in COVID-19 measures, the economic recovery led to more pollutants emission. That was a huge pressure on air quality. In addition, last year, we had unfavorable meteorological conditions. In 2023, we had a new round of El Niño cycle with the rising of the average temperature. There may be stage-by-stage change of the cold air and hot air. And from northwestern part and Mongolia, there might be the cold spree influencing China. And we have witnessed 17 times strong sandstorm last year because of the external influence, which was the highest in a dozen of years. And our air quality was sacrificed by about 3.3 percentage points. The high temperature, high humidity constitute as the unfavorable conditions, which may lead to a large scale of smog. And PM 2.5 will rise up because of that by about 1.1 mg. So together with the other ministries, we took some effective measures to have some counter effect. For example, the emissions improvement policy last year, we reformed the iron and steel industry in terms of emission reform by about 200 million tons, which was the combination of the previous 3 years. And in the rural areas, we also reformed the heating systems in about 2 million households. Nationwide, the lightweight passenger cars emission standards were reformed as well, with more stringent monitoring. And we solved about 87,000 community-level environmental issues. Those measures reaped very fruitful results. So we were very active in improving the environmental quality, especially air quality. Speaking of air quality, last year, PM 2.5 was only 30 mg on average locally, and we are steadily improving and progressing. During the COVID-19 years, that average number was about 1 mg lower. In 2023, our target planned was even higher by about 3 mg compared to the 30 number. And compared to 2019, we registered even bigger improvements. In 4 years, PM 2.5 has been decreased by about 16.7%. If you look at the environmental quality, it's more reassuring. Last year, in terms of the water resources, we have been outperforming the 14th five-year plan. And in the Yellow River, the water quality have been kept at a high level. So I will not list them one by one. 2023 was extraordinary, and our motherland is ever more greener. Looking into 2024, according to government work report, our ecological environment must be continuously improved. We will execute the policies and arrangements of the CPC Central Committee to reduce pollution and improve ecology. With high-quality protection, we can better support high-quality growth. And there will be some highlights for this year. First, we will deepen the battlefield of the pollutants control. With higher standard, we could win this battle nicely. In terms of air quality improvement, water environment improvement, water ecology, recovery, the rural area reform, as well as some dangerous areas control, we will make some flagship results so as to open a new chapter for a beautiful China. Second, we will focus on the regional strategies to implement the beautiful China policy. For example, we will go to the provinces, cities, and villages, the Gulf area, and the riverbanks to improve the environment. Third, we pursue high-quality development to hit the targets of decarbonization. By reducing emissions and especially carbon emissions, we will optimize the transportation system with stricter regional control. We will actively build a carbon emission market, especially the greenhouse emission reduction trading system, so as to support green decarbonization. Finally, we will enhance our monitoring and protection of the ecosystem. We will take efforts to promote China's ecological stability, sustainability, and diversity. Thank you.
Next question, please. Thank you. Chengdu Business Daily and Red Star News. There have been media reports of illegal behaviors of third-party evaluation organizations, and the ministry has launched a special campaign fighting against illegal behaviors of third-party organizations. So what are the results and what are the new measures planned? Thank you very much. I used to live in Chengdu for 30 years, and I feel very close to the city of Chongqing. Environmental evaluation is a basic work in the fields of ecological preservation. In recent years, there have been media reports that third-party environmental evaluation institutions falsifying data. And there are multiple types of fraudulence in these fields. For example, when they are formulating reports, they falsify data, they falsify signatures, they change the samples, and also change the location of surveillance cameras. They also falsify the parameters of computers. Even worse, some of them are using hackers to hack into the system of the ministry, which is very severe a violation. And those violations are becoming more and more professional, and they are scaling up their efforts. And for these illegal behaviors, I would characterize in a way that they have disrupted the legal market environment, they have undermined the public trust in the government, and also harmed the interests of the public, and we have to say no to these illegal behaviors. Since the 14th Five-Year Plan, we have worked together with the Supreme People's Court, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Administration of Market Regulation to fight against falsification and fraudulence of third-party evaluators. And we have launched a number of supervisions using big data regulation and other high-tech means to cope with third-party fraudulences, and we have made important breakthroughs. To summarize, number one, we have identified some typical cases. Over the past 3 years, we have identified 2,260 third-party evaluation organizations who have engaged in illegal behaviors, and more than 600 cases have been submitted to the judicial system. And we also disclosed more than 400 such cases. We also cracked down on the cases of 4,255 companies, and more than 930 cases have been submitted or transferred to the judicial system. And this also includes the Jinghua case in Shandong, the vehicle case evaluation in Guangdong, and those public disclosures have served a very important role in deterring such illegal behaviors. Additionally, we have built an integrated supervision mechanism which improved the efficiency of our law enforcement activities, and we're working together with the Ministry of Public Security, the Supreme People's Court, and the Supreme People's Procuratorate to jointly launch a law enforcement mechanism. We engage in regular exchanges and joint efforts and law enforcement campaigns to effectively improve the efficiency of law enforcement activities. I mentioned about the Jinghua company of Shandong, which is a fraudulent company who falsified the signature of evaluators and issued wrong environmental evaluation reports. Over the years, this company has falsified 48 such documents and over 879 statements on environmental evaluation. In the past, it's very difficult to bring the case to a court to pull evidences and also to bring the case to justice. In light of this, we worked together with local governments and solved these pain points. And for this case, 4 of the perpetrators have been sentenced. On the other hand, after establishing this joint supervision mechanism, we have cracked down on a lot of the illegal behaviors, and we also improved our system. And we have introduced new legal interpretations, which made it very clear that third-party evaluators must abide by the law when they are issuing a third-party evaluation report. And we have also clearly defined the sentencing standards in this regard. And only recently there was a regulation on cracking down falsification in carbon trading data. And we have clearly defined the punishment standards for perpetrators. For severe violations, the qualification of the evaluator must be removed. Going forward, our ministry will join with other ministries to maintain a high-profile crackdown on third-party illegal behaviors. In the meantime, we are going to use big data and AI to use the means of technology to consolidate our efforts and hold the bottom line of integrity. Last but not least, we welcome friends from the media and all the journalists to play your part as supervisors and work together with us to straighten the behaviors of third-party environmental evaluators. Thank you very much. Thank you to Minister Huang.
Now let's invite Minister Li Xiaopeng of Transport. Good morning, everyone.
好，请那个北端那位穿紫色套装的女记者提问。
好的，谢谢主持人。
Thank you.
香港大公文汇传媒集团记者提问。3月5
From
日
Hong
呢，
Kong.
春运是刚刚结束啊。我们想
On
请
March
问
the
部长，
5th,
今
the
年
Spring
春运
Festival
的人员
traveling
流
was
动量
basically
大概有
finished.
多
So
少？
what's
那么今年
about
的春运又具备哪
the
些特
number
点呢？
of
谢谢。
population flow during the Spring Festival? And what are the highlights this year during the Spring Festival in terms of traveling? Thank you for your interest in the Spring Festival transportation. It's just finished, and it started from January the 26th until March the 5th, lasting for 40 days as before, and there are several differences as follows. First, the population flow was a historical record. In 40 days' time, the trans-regional population flow registered 8.42 billion, a year-on-year increase of 9.8%. Compared to 2019 before COVID-19, that was an increase of 7.1%. And it's a new record. Second, the main transportation method is self-driving. In 40 days' time, the number of self-driving was 6.7 billion, accounting for 80% of the total. You might ask, what about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% of transportation were mainly through buying tickets to mount on the buses, airplanes, ships, and trains. They are the so-called operating passenger flow. Third, active response to the poor weather. During the 8 days of the Spring Festival, in general, the weather conditions were premium, favorable for traveling. But before and after the holidays, we had 2 rounds of cold spring, and that was about 20 days in total. For some population in certain regions, that was inconvenient for traveling. But in general, we have steady customer services. Fourth, the logistics and the passengers had been transporting smoothly. People have better experience, and we have maintained smooth circulation. So in general, we tried to manage the convenient and flexible transportation. During the 40 days time, we try to present a new China with vitality and efficiency in terms of transportation. Of course, we have made a lot of efforts to prepare for the 40 days on behalf of the Ministry of Transport and all the cages and staff members in this sector. I would love to thank you for your support, and also I would love to thank the journalists for your monitoring and your interest. We know clearly that there are still some weaknesses in the transportation management during the Spring Festival. For example, a long waiting time, the information latency, and in the bad weather conditions, there might be some influence over traveling. So we must have quicker response. And in the highways, the charging poles were not sufficient. We pay high attention to these issues. Now we are summing up the issues so as to better refine our measures. In the future, we will try to improve the service level of comprehensive transportation methods so that both the passengers and the commodities could flow smoothly. Next question.
谢谢主持人，我是光明日报记者。
I'm with Guangming Daily. Minister Li, after listening to your introduction, I came to know that the reason that we have been able to cope with the big and drastic passenger flow in the Spring Festival rush, this is mainly due to our strong efforts in transportation. And what are the major measures that you have to build a strong power in transport? Thank you very much for your question. And according to the 19th CPC National Congress, we set the aim to build a strong power of transport. According to the 20th CPC National Congress, we are going to accelerate this move. In recent years, significant progresses have been made. First, infrastructure has become better. We have built the world's largest network for high-speed railways, highways, and postal routes. We have the world-class clusters of ports. Major projects have accelerated their pace, and this includes the Sichuan to Xizang highway and a number of major tunnels and all the villages that connect you to the postal network. Secondly, the transport support capability has been enhanced in 2023. According to our statistics, on an average day, the cross-regional passenger flow reached 160 million. Each and every day, the cargo transport exceeded 150 million tons, and each and every day, 62 million parcels have been received. Thirdly, we have vigorously developed green and smart transportation. Smart highway, high-speed railway, and ports have accelerated their pace of construction. New business models have been booming. Smart and digital transportation services are becoming more and more intellectual. New energy and clean energy facilities have been well applied, and EVs have been well applied in the public transportation system, accounting for 76.6% of all public buses. And fourthly, we have deepened reform and opening up. The Ministry of Transport worked together with CAAC and China Railway Transportation Company and China Postal Corporation to jointly advance the Belt and Road Initiative, we have also deepened international cooperation in transport. And this includes bilateral and multilateral cooperation at various levels. Our Friends of Circle have extended. Going forward, we're going to implement the spirit of the Central Economic Work Conference and the Government Work Report. We will strengthen and improve transport infrastructure, deepen reforms in this field, reduce the cost, improve the efficiency and quality of transport, focus on safety operation, and ensure smooth operation of transport. We try to build a grand future where all the people and cargo can flow freely, so as to empower and enable the Chinese modernization. Thank you.
Now let's invite the Fifth Minister, Director General Luo Wen from the State Administration for Market Regulation.
Now
we open the floor to questions. Thank you. Good morning from Shandong Broadcasting and TV. In this year's government work report, it pointed out that we must build a national market faster and come up with certain administrative laws and regulations, especially for the local protection, market segregation, and some illegal issues in terms of investment attraction. We will try to introduce more disciplines. So what will be the measures to that end? Thank you for the question. First of all, I would love to thank the media groups. Thank you for your long-term support of the market regulation work for years. As you know, accelerating the establishment of a unified market in China was the major decision by the CPC Central Committee with Comrade Xi Jinping at its core. It helps to promote high-quality development. In recent years, in face of the fragmented markets, local protectionism frequenting China, our administration continuously cracked down upon them. In 2023, in different localities and departments, we inspected the markets to implement the policies to support fairness. And in total, there were about 4,218 such measures, and a group of illegal behaviors, for example, abusing administrative power, were handled. This year, we will continue to improve the systems and rules for fair competition, especially in terms of local protectionism, market fragmentation, and some other acute problems. We will try to resolve them. In particular, as follows. First, facilitate the introduction of the regulation on fair competition. On the basis of summarizing the previous work, administration has drafted such a regulation so as to better improve the review system and the standards, thus elevating the authority of the systems. In the next step, we will work together with certain government agencies to accelerate legislative process so that the regulation could come out earlier and play its role in fair competition supervision. Second, encourage the enterprises to enjoy more convenience across regions. Right now, the legal person registration system is amended. In this new amendment, we will clarify that for the relocated enterprises, they could register in the new place. And for the applicant, the procedures, standards, they will be unified so as to smooth away the relocation process of those enterprises. We could handle the relocation process entirely online. Meanwhile, we will explore the archive, handling, and registration, trying to combine them so that we could have a one-stop service. And the monitoring service level will be truly improved. Third, we will correct the local protectionist behaviors, for example, the illicit barriers. Many enterprises complained that some localities utilize the local standards or credibility assessment, trying to establish some new illicit barriers. For those phenomena, we will standardize and try to phase out such behaviors. We will amend certain regulations to strengthen the credibility sharing system and information sharing system. The credibility assessment of enterprises will be fairer and more allied. In addition, we will also carry out local criteria reassessment to standardize the utilization and formulation of local criteria, and to forbid the local criteria to obstruct the local products' free flow. And finally, we will step up our supervision locally and law enforcement. In some localities, there will be some unfair competition to be seen. And for those cases, we will step up our law enforcement so as to respond to the concerns of those enterprises, especially in the bidding process. And also, we will establish a reporting system for those cases. We will try to have more interviews with those parties in order to correct such illegal intervention behaviors. And we will take into consideration of the interests of those legal persons so as to offer them a fair playing field. Thank you.
Next question, please.
南端靠南边的这位穿裙子的女记者提问。
谢谢主持人。
Thank
中国人
you.
大全媒体记者提问：罗局长您好。
Convergence
质量和标准
media
工作
of
与人民生活、
NPC.
社会生产息息相关。
Quality and
去
standards
年
are
12月
closely
召开的
related to
中央
people's
经济工
lives.
作会议和
The
今年的政
Central
府工作报
Economic
告
Work
都提
Conference
出，
last
加
year
强
and
标准
this
引
year's
领和质量支
Government
撑，
Work
增
Report
强产业
both
链、供应
stress
链韧
the
性和
importance
竞
of
争力。
quality and
请问
standards,
市场监
and
管总
also the
局在这一
resilience
方
and
面有
competitive
哪些
edge
工作
of
打算？谢
production
谢。
chain and supply chain. And do you have any plans in this regard? Thank you for your question. CPC Central Committee and the State Council pay close attention to quality and the standards-related issues. In recent years, we have formulated the national plans on standards and quality. And these are two normative documents for our work. With efforts from all sides in 2023, China's manufacturing industry had the quality competitiveness index of 81.59, and we have issued more than 2,900 national standards. And for major services, the level of compliance with international standards has reached 96%. And this means that the quality and standardization efforts of China have claimed a new height. In this year, we are going to earnestly implement the spirit of the Central Economic Work Conference and continue to follow through the two normative documents. In supporting quality enhancements, we'll focus on three efforts. First, select a batch of leading enterprises with renowned quality so as to highlight the role of quality in boosting an enterprise, and this will be focused on information telecommunication, new energy vehicles, and other fields. We're going to select a number of leading enterprises with great quality, and we'll also organize exchanges amongst high-quality enterprises so that more enterprises can follow the example of these successful companies and improve their quality through technological breakthroughs and win the market through quality. Second, we're going to select a number of representative programs where quality has enabled and empowered the production and supply chain. We're going to focus on integrated circuits, quantum information, and other key industries to select a number of key programs where quality has empowered the production chain. In this process, we're going to mobilize quality survey and investigatory tools and means to constantly drive the increase and enhancement of quality. Third, we're going to select a number of cities, townships, and counties with high quality so as to highlight the role of quality in enhancing sustainable urban development. In this process, we're going to launch a comprehensive quality assessment standards for the county level so as to mobilize different localities to leverage their own advantages. And this will also enable a number of quality measures and help cultivate a number of high-quality townships, districts, and counties. In terms of leading by standardization, we're also going to focus on three efforts. Number one, leverage the role of standards in supporting large-scale facility upgrading and equipment trade-in services. We're going to select a number of enterprises with high standards in energy consumption and energy conservation. We also develop and formulate a number of new standards to phase out some old industries. In the meantime, for vehicles, passenger cars, and home appliances, we are going to formulate more standards so as to meet people's aspiration for a better life. Number two, leverage the role of standards in supporting high-level opening up. As is known to all, that standards are the basis of international economic cooperation and trading activities. According to data, 80% of the international trade is related to standards. Accordingly, we are going to strengthen our openness in standards-related systems, support foreign invested enterprises to participate in the formulation of standards. Meanwhile, we are going to participate in international standards formulation activities and constantly contribute more Chinese solutions and wisdom. Number three, leverage the role of standards in supporting industrial development. We are going to primarily focus on industrial robots, Beidou navigation systems, and other key industrial chains so as to launch a number of key programs where standards empower the production chain. We're also going to support independent research and development of standards and constantly improve China's standards system and earnestly improve the resilience of China's production chain, supply chain, and the overall competitiveness of the Chinese economy. Thank you to Minister Luo. Dear friends from the media, and this is the end of this morning's Ministers' Corridor. The Press Center will host another Ministers' Corridor on the afternoon of March the 11th. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
There was the Ministers' Corridor event in which 5 ministers have answered the questions regarding public concerns in their respective professional areas. And for more insight, let's talk to our studio guests. Gentlemen, let's start with the answer we just heard from the head of China's State Administration for Market Regulation. He emphasized the importance of building this national unified market, especially talking about efforts, this year's efforts, to focusing on tackling protectionism at different levels, for example, regional or even local, whether it's tangible or intangible. Why this is important for the high quality development of China?
Well, first of all, I would like to express my overall feeling about this time's Minister Corridor. In my opinion, actually, they are delicately selected ministers who are in charge of the whole process of economic development and this whole process, macro economy. For example, the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology is about the manufacture, right? And also this Ministry of Communication is about transport, the delivery, and also the Ministry of the Environment Protection is to secure that this manufacture will not do harm to the nature, to the environment. And then you just mentioned the State Ministry or National Administration of the Market and Product the quality. Well, in my opinion,
and also to ensure people are not left behind, because we also have the
Ministry of Civil Affairs. Yes,
indeed.
Yes, of course. And also this is particularly for this State Administration of the Market and the Product quality. In my opinion, to build and to establish the national unified market actually is an ongoing process, an ongoing project that China, well, for the current period is working on. It is important because China is, first of all, China is a very big country, right? And ranging from the east to the west and north to the south. And there's a variation due to variation in terms of the geographical, the regional differences in terms of level of development, in terms of this local kind of quality. So it is even important to build a national, unified market in order to boom the national economy rather than the localization, rather than the fragmentation or segmentation of the region. Because in the past, in the history, we have seen a lot of these kind of cases, impairing or damaging the unification of a national kind of level. So it is not only an economic issue, it is a political issue, in my opinion. Right?
Indeed, and as we just heard from the Minister of Civil Affairs, people should not be left behind in China's overall development, especially those low-income groups. Introduced efforts to protect their rights and, of course, making support, whether it's financial or other forms of support to their livelihood. And he also emphasized the importance of transparency, because it's about money, it's about benefits. So what are the current legal framework to guarantee both the protection of the vulnerable, low-income groups, and to ensure transparency, Professor Huang?
Transparency is the best way to eliminate corruption and equality. So in order to protect that the low-income people can receive the support from the government, first of all, we need a law to regulate the whole process, how the government use the money to support these low-income people. And to be more specific, the Ministry of Civil Affairs has also promulgated the regulations in details how to provide these maintenance to the low-income interest, and what are the threshold, what are the specific methods to the whole process. So law and transparency, I think, will guarantee that this money will be used to those most needed persons.
Right, and as Professor Xie just mentioned, we noticed that most of the ministries and officials appeared today is actually about China, the operation of China's macroeconomy and its relation to ordinary people. Of course, many ministers mentioned specific targets, what they're going to achieve, numbers, statistics they're going to reach. And I also noticed that some of these step-by-step approaches are also enshrined in China's 14th five-year plan. And we know also the National People's Congress Standing Committee said they're going to, review the implementation of China's 14th five-year plan. So what do you make of the relations among all these involved parties?
As I said just now, one of the functions of the National People's Congress is the decision-making authority. That is to say, the national budget of China should be approved by the National People's Congress. And if there is any major adjustment to the national budget, it will also be reviewed and approved by the National People's Congress. And the 14th five-year plan has also been approved by the National People's Congress.
Can we call it a national strategy or national blueprint, or how would you call it? Because it's oversighted by the top legislature.
Yeah, you know, this five-year plan is, I think it's one of the Chinese characteristics to administrate the country. Some foreign experts, they wonder, what's the nature of this five-year plan? Are there laws? Are there strategies? Well, in terms of my opinion, I think it may be similar to law or some kind of strategy, but we cannot just compare them simply because it's a Chinese characteristics of administration. It will set out the major goals that the government will do in the next 5 years, and it will also provide the specific measures that the Chinese government will do in order to realize this plan. So we cannot find any, the same example in other countries. So I should say that is also reflection of Chinese administration with Chinese characteristics.
So going back to the NPC oversight of the 14th five-year plan, what are the outcomes of these periodical reviews or assessments from the NPC regarding such a big plan, blueprint, or whatever you call it?
First of all, every year the NPC is in session. So when the NPC is in session, today shows that the Standing Committee of NPC will deliver its annual report. The Premier will deliver the annual report of the State Council. And so by reviewing the national report from different part of the state organs, the National People's Congress know what the measures have been taken by different branches of Chinese government, and they also have they still have the authority to put suggestions and comments to their work and to oversight to implement that the Chinese departments are implement this five-year plan in efficient and correct way.
So usually China has a set plan, but as you know, those emerging trends or sectors appear, the country has to adapt. For example, artificial intelligence has been catching up really fast in especially the recent 2 years. For example, the Minister for Industry and Information Technology mentioned the importance of catching up in AI and also the integration of informatization and industrialization. How's China catching up, for example, in both the application research and also in the regulation of artificial intelligence, Professor Xia?
Well, first of all, as you mentioned, of course, this is a cutting edge and it develops daily. So we have to catch up with this kind of frontier, the fruit or achievement of this artificial intelligence. First of all, artificial intelligence itself is value-free. Artificial intelligence itself can provide a good aspect to national governance and civil management and even economy and even scientific and research academia. And artificial intelligence could also bring some kind of a negative aspect if we couldn't manage them well, if we couldn't face them well. So in my opinion, well, Elon Musk, one of the celebrities in this field, he actually has a very kind of precautious understanding about the artificial intelligence impact upon people's behavior, way of thinking, way of behaving, and even the way of social organizing. So well, he and his kind of a cohort develop a very good example for us. But he represents just this kind of private economy. But as a state administration, as a ministerial level, in my opinion, actually, Minister Jing just mentioned about the regulation about artificial intelligence. That is to say, to protect, this kind of artificial, to protect some kind of industry and protect some kind of the sectors which would be kind of vulnerable in facing this artificial intelligence. So regulation is the first, and then we should encourage all the different sectors and different industries to make full use of, to take the advantage of this artificial intelligence. So that might be the future target. Future goal of these sectors, right?
So from your professional perspective, Professor Huo, how big is the challenge of artificial intelligence in legal, ethical, and practical terms to legislators, not only in China, even all around the world? And how has China responding to this challenge?
Well, as Professor Xie says, that AI provides both challenges, opportunities to the human society. To the law community, I think that AI also provides opportunities and also challenges. I think AI has posed a lot of new questions to the law community around the whole world, not only in China. On the one hand, the legislators will ensure that the AI will develop in a healthy way, because the development of AI to some extent designed the future of human beings, also designed the development of a country, because the competition between the different countries in the field of AI is extremely fierce. So on the one hand, the legislature of a country, including China, should ensure that AI will develop as fast as possible. On the other hand, the legislator, is very cautious that AI may bring some, negative effects on the human society, and also it creates a lot of new legal issues for the legislature, which we have never encountered before. For example, a section of vision or an article created by AI, should these kind of works enjoy intellectual property rights or not? That is a question, confronting the legislators of all countries. And I think that in recent years, the Chinese legislator plays a leading role in this role, as the Chinese leadership is attached great importance to the legislators in emerging area. So I believe that China will be a country leads the legislation in AI industry.
Thank you very much, Professor Hu Zhengxin and Associate Professor Xia Lu there. And that's it for this special coverage on China's annual political season. The two sessions on Friday morning, we focused on the second plenary meeting of this year's NPC session. I'm Pan Zheng in Beijing. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.